Walk around, Dujon, bring it through her presentation. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice, honest voice for the people. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. What for a brighter tomorrow? Let me make it clear. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Honest voice, honest voice, honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but the big man is a problem. The big man is a problem. The big man is a problem. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem. The big man is a problem, but the big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. The big man is a problem, but yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. But for a brighter tomorrow, let me make it clear. It is morals over money any day of the year. A competent visionary with mission-driven quality. Forget the old talk around, Dujon bring it through her presentation. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. But for a brighter tomorrow, let me make it clear. It is morals over money any day of the year. A competent visionary with mission-driven quality. Forget the old talk around, Dujon bring it through her presentation. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. But for a brighter tomorrow, let me make it clear. It is morals over money any day of the year. A competent visionary with mission-driven quality. Forget the old talk around, Dujon bring it through her presentation. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon.
Good night, Sion Hill. Good night, St. James Central. We want to open in prayer. Good night, good night, good night. We want to open in prayer right now. Come on. St. James North. I said Central? My apologies. It's a natural thing. St. James North.
Almighty God, to whom our needs are known, we pray for this constituency, and we pray for all the people of Barbados. Almighty God, unto whom our hearts are open, all desires are known, and from whom our secrets are hid. Cleanse the thoughts of our hearts by the inspiration of thy Holy Spirit, that we may perfectly love you and worthily magnify your holy name through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen, amen, amen. That was a resident of St. James North, a man that knows this constituency back and forth. Good night, comrades. Good night, St. James North. Good night, friends. Good night, voters. Good night, family. Tonight we want to have a wonderful time right here in your constituency. This constituency and this particular area of St. James North is very special to the Democratic Labour Party. Not only now, but always. And tonight we want to present a case to you as to why we want to have our candidate, Felicia Dujon, be your representative for all future sittings in the House of Assembly of our Parliament. Tonight we have a power-packed bunch of speakers, very professional people, hard-working Barbadians that understand what's going on, and we're going to present the issues to you tonight so that you can understand why you should choose the lady, Felicia Dujon, and why you should come out and vote, particularly come out and vote on May 21st at your polling station. We want to start tonight by kicking off with a very special lady. Her name is Amoy Gilding-Bourne. She is an attorney at law. She's also a Cub Scout leader and a lady that loves agriculture, a lady that knows about the candidate very, very well. And tonight she would present a convincing case as to why you should consider Felicia Dujon as your candidate in the next by-election. Ladies and gentlemen, make her feel welcome.
We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes.
Good night, St. James North. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Well, it is me, the advocate of justice, the usher of change. The winds of change are upon us, St. James North. And we, the Democratic Labour Party, are ready. Now, I feel compelled to say this again. Like many of my comrades, I was also warned not to speak in opposition of the current administration. I was warned they will attack you. They will attack your family. They will disparage your name. They will try to intimidate you. They will silence you. Some people even felt proud to tell me, when the BLP ready for you? Foolishness. We don't scare easily over here. The Democratic Labour Party is here to fight for your honor.
That's right.
We are here to call out the government on their mismanagement. We are here to identify the critical issues that are affecting Barbadians island-wide. Now, I don't know everything, but I know that the candidates of the Democratic Labour Party, in particular our candidate for the constituency of St. James North, will not sit idly by while this Barbados Labour Party does as it pleases, without concern for the suffering and the cries of the citizens of this sweet nation, Barbados. Felicia Dujon is here to do the work of the people and the work of the people only. She's not interested in self-interests. She's not interested in flying high, taking pictures. She's not interested in the long talk and the old talk. She is here to work. And it is very, very important. I heard Chairperson say just now that the members or the constituents of this constituency have to come out. You have to come out on the 21st of May and make a statement. You are not sleeping. You are awake. And you are aware of what is going on. I tell you, the era of missing MPs is over. The era of corned beef politics and biscuits is over. Empty promises, over. I have canvassed throughout the constituency of St. James North, along with Miss Felicia Dujon. And I want to let y'all know that I am very pleased at the warm welcoming that she has received. Miss Dujon has been to every single household. She has not left any person's house unvisited. She even visited people twice. Persons were not home. We left information in the mailbox. We may have pushed it through the louver, but she insisted that we go back, that we speak to those residents. There has been an unfortunate lack of representation across the constituencies in Barbados. Not only in St. James North, but if you ask the people from Christchurch East, they're going to tell you the same thing. And while the minister for the area, that's my area, Christchurch East, while he was so enthusiastic to run up the stairs of the Supreme Court to testify against his comrade, a fellow BLP member, Neil Rowe, he can't find the same enthusiasm to go into the constituency to speak with the residents, to find out their concerns and address their concerns. Some of them have not seen him for 7 years. And while he is busy on the platform talking about Miss Felicia Dujon, the roads in Christchurch East want fixing still. Check the road from Pilgrim Road gas station down to Ferry Valley. Time Bottom, horrible. Breedy Line, horrible. Hopewell Road, horrible. But yet we see the government digging up perfectly good roads only to repave them so that they can come and say that them paved the road. Rubbish. Meanwhile, he's talking on the platform. A road in parish land is in dire need of fixing. Part of the road collapsed. You ain't hearing the minister talk about that. Despite the concerns and the danger that poses to residents in parish land. We haven't heard him say anything about that. We haven't seen him come to see how he can fix that. And even though the Barbados Labour Party likes to say that Barbados has the biggest fleet of electric buses in the Western Hemisphere, the people at Fair Valley still don't have reliable transportation. I brought this to the public's attention. The residents have brought it to the government's attention. Numerous persons have complained about the condition of the roads and the lack of transportation, public transportation. What CBC carried and the Nation News carried a news article about it. They spoke about it. They went up there and y'all saw the condition of the roads. But the government will hire Cole Williams to go and concrete pave the road down in Gibbons in front of Airborne Secretary House. They ain't gonna tell one or so. But you see, the other roads in the area still want fixing. Like in St. James North, according to the gentleman here, we had a meeting out Reservoir Road last night. Man, I tell you, out there horrible. The roads out there are deplorable. If you don't end up with a flat tire or a bent rim, something wrong. No, for the past few days, it has been raining. Now, if you're like me, I love the rain. I love to hear the raindrops on the rooftop. But the rain does bring flooding for low-lying areas. The residents in Hopewell Christchurch, 2 gaps away from Wilfred Abrams' constituency office, cannot get government assistance to help them fix the road so that it don't flood. 8 houses down there with families can't get in or out when the rain fall. They got flooding in St. James North too. Trents. Western. No. This is a repeating theme. Missing MPs in the constituency. When we go canvassing, we hear people say, man, we only see one hour of voting time. They would say the last time I see my MP was when they had the posters on the pole in front of me. In Christchurch East, the residents would tell you, I see the MP in all kind of pictures. He love a picture, no substance at all. The residents in Parishland, Christchurch, still don't have a playing field. And I would sing this song till my ears ring off. The government saw fit to dig up the playing field. There's almost 2 years now here. Despite Wilfred Abrams promising the people in 2018 and again in 2022 that he gonna repave the pasture and he gonna bring back the cricket pitch. Those promises is a comfort to a fool. He doesn't care about how that is affecting the youth in the area. He doesn't care about how that affects the youth in Parish Line. Them are scrimmaging in the evenings. It is very unfortunate. St. Bartholomew School students also use that playing field. Well, not anymore. Because Wilfred Abrams sees fit that maybe it should just remain how it is as a parking lot. Because when they got fence in the area, that's where people is parked. It is unfortunate that this is a repeating theme. This is why it is important, St. James North, for you to send a message to this administration that you have seen the corrupt practices, You are tired of the lack of representation. You are tired of the lack of accountability. You are tired of the lack of transparency. You deserve an MP who will fight on your behalf. Not an MP that is underneath the emperor and will say whatever she said to do. Even if it comes to the detriment of you, the residents and constituents of St. James North. Somebody says she never cares. Mia cares less. And it is time that we show her that we deserve better representation in this constituency. Not only this constituency, but especially this constituency. Now, y'all hear members of the Barbados Labour Party talk about Miss Felicia Dujon. Then they will complain about things that are said about the opposing candidate. Man, we hear so much rubbish about Miss Dujon from the Barbados Labour Party. Now, let me tell you a little bit about who Miss Dujon is. Miss Dujon is a teacher, lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill. Not at the University of Digging Yams. She is a lecturer at the University of the West Indies, right here in Barbados. She is a transformative educator. She inspires others to do well, to do their best. She has been teaching our children for more than 15 plus years in ethics, philosophy, gender affairs, law. She is a learned lady. She didn't just get picked up from around the garrison. She is a defender of human rights, especially the rights of children. And let's not forget, it was Miss Dujon who exposed this government for that IDB survey on our children. She is the one that assisted with the child protection bill. She is a mentor. Yes? She's the founder and director of the Caribbean Membership Institute summer program. You hear that? She is intimately involved with the development of the youth. She is intimately involved with nurturing and caring for children. She is an advisor. Ask me who she advising. The British Embassy, the Organization of American States, Decides Caribbean Project, again, gender affairs, assisting with rights-based strategies and policies to quell against domestic violence and school abuse. She ain't just out here counting buttons. She's working. Work of substance. She is a community voice also. She's the president of the Ursuline Convent's PTA and a member of the Barbados Bar Association Human Rights Committee. You heard what he just said? She is a member of the Barbados Bar Association Human Rights Committee. As I say, she didn't just get picked up from around the garrison. She is quality people. Quality people. She's also an award winner. Yes. Internationally recognized by UNESCO, by UN Women, by the Caribbean Institute for Women Leadership. Pay attention, Barbados. She is a phenomenal lady. I like to say she's thunder in a box. Because she's small, but she tallow, according to my Jamaican brethren and sisters. Big in personality. She is passionate. She also takes her faith seriously. Well, some of the rest of us might have some choice expletives underneath our tongue. You will not get that from her. You will not get that from Miss Dujon. Well, I was at school with Miss Dujon because she also taught me, She also taught me. We did our first degree at the University of the West Indies together. And let me tell you, we were sitting in class a day waiting for the lecturer to come. And she looks at me and she says, you know, one day I'm going to teach here. I love to teach. I want to be a lecturer here. I've chosen Barbados as my home, and I want to be a valuable citizen to this nation. And I will do that by teaching. No, not everybody could teach. I see some teachers here. My hat goes off to you guys. This is a different era of teaching that we are in. Teachers should be commended, as Miss Dujon has commended the teachers in this country. Despite the Barbados Labour Party trying their hardest to make things challenging for our teachers, who spend more than 90% of the time with our children. They should have no complaints. Miss Dujon sides with the teachers and the students. And the parents, as a teacher over here, Comrade Goddard, I see you. Teacher from Christchurch East. Yes. We support our own around here. Yes. That is why you will see the candidates for the Democratic Labour Party come out to the meetings. Some of them don't be talking. Some of them not cheering. But they are here to show support and solidarity for Miss Dujon. They are here to show interest in her interests, in you, St. James North. Now, Miss Dujon is also a farmer, like myself. A good farmer, as the gentleman said. She's not afraid to get her hands dirty. And I see quite a few persons out here, but I can't see any of y'all faces. But whilst canvassing with Miss Dujon in St. James North, I met a few farmers. And we had some trade secrets to trade. Some of them are very adamant that they are having the same problems as farmers in Spencer's, lack of access to water. That is one of the prime concerns of farmers in Barbados, and indeed in St. James North as well. Pretty larceny, comrade says. Now, anybody who knows being a farmer is not easy. I will say it again, it is not easy. It's a certain type of character you have to have in order to persist with the farming. You have to be disciplined. You have to have a certain level of determination. Failure cannot be in your vocabulary. And what we see in Barbados that we have a serious concern with our food security. You would think that they would treat the farmers better. You would think that this government would give some necessary intervention to alleviate the complaints of farmers across Barbados. I read an article recently in The Nation by Richard Hood, who is a farmer and a social commentator. He also is crying out. He can't get water for his livestock. Animals need water. Farmers can't get water for their crops. Crops need water. We heard that the government is borrowing more money for a new program that will alleviate the water issues, but we don't see them concentrating on water harvesting techniques. We don't see them focusing on trying to pipeline the water to the farmers appropriately so that farmers have their own water and don't have to be sharing water with the residents in the area, because the residents get water first, let's be real. Farmers is get after, if at all. Now, up Spencer's, where my farm is, they give me water tanks. Okay. But we ain't got no water to put in it. Sometimes weeks is go by. You get a trickle of water. Sometimes I farm at night. We have a couple farmers that farm at night. But I work during the day, so I farm at night. And when we leave the land the night time, use the little drainage of water we have to wet the melons, to wet the squash, the cucumbers, wherever we got in the ground, expecting that when we come back the following day, the tank will be full. The tank is empty. Complaints to the BADMC fall on deaf ears. Mr. Herwood, I am talking to you. Farmers in the feed program have problems. But this government doesn't care about that. Something just flew in my shirt, guys. I'm not sure what it is. All right, it's okay. Barbadians, May the 21st is a most important day. Now, I could speak on the failure of the agricultural industry for hours, but we won't go through that now, because we have some other speakers on the card to come. But constituents of St. James North, vote with your conscience on May the 21st. Vote for that candidate that you know will be there for you. Not the candidate that you have to go hide and seek searching for. The days of that are over. We need to send a serious message to this administration. You can't bully the residents of St. James North. The residents of St. James North are very much aware of what has been happening in their constituency, or lack of what has been not happening in their constituency. You will hear Ms. Dujon tonight address some of the concerns that the residents repeat when she is going and speaking with them. You will hear. I want you to use your conscience. This is morals over money. We are not taking it from the BLP no longer. Tell them, sorry. You had your chance. And you fibs twice. We won't have that again. Because on May the 21st, we will be voting for Felicia Dujon. Unapologetically. And don't let anybody bully you. Don't let anybody try to make you feel bad. You have a right to vote. And Felicia Dujon is the candidate for St. James North. St. James North, vote wisely. I know you will. I know you will. Because you have seen what the Barbados Labour Party is about. Partying and effects. You have seen what the Barbados Labour Party is about. Character assassinations, half-truths, lies, misinformation, big talk, hot air. That's why it is hot air. Felicia Dujon will properly represent you. She will address your concerns. And not only address your concerns, she will take action to find solutions to the problems that the residents of St. James North have. The problems that the residents of St. James North have, that they have been falling on deaf ears on this current administration. Barbados Labour Party does not care. Don't let them fool you. They care less. It is time we have proper representation in the House of Assembly and in Parliament. It is time to give this lady a chance and show her that you are aware. Show her that you appreciate her work and her efforts, the hard work she has done. Barbadians, constituents of St. James North, again I ask, use your conscience and vote. On the 21st of May, come out in your numbers. Come out in your numbers and cast your vote. It is important that you do that. The rest of Barbados is watching you. And we are proud of you, especially those who come out. They're not frightened to be targeted. This is your democratic right. Vote for Felicia Dujon. You will hear me again, but that is all from me for now. Thank you, St. James North.
Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. An honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence.
That was Miss Gilding-Bourne. She, of course, gave a good representation of Felicia Dujon tonight in her presentation. We're going to continue to talk about the reason why you should be St. James North voting for Felicia Dujon as your candidate. I was talking to a doctor last night, and she said to me, Paul, you know that St. James North has something that needs help, some significant help with. They need some significant help. And she said, I prescribe vitamin D. Now, I'm a pharmacist, so I know about the prescription. So I said, Doc, what is the D that you're prescribing? She said, I prescribe to St. James North, Felicia Dujon, the D vitamin. She's exactly what is required right now in this constituency. And we highly recommend her to you. We bring our next speaker tonight, a man that is very familiar with the police force and that entire system. He is also an attorney at law, a man that is respected in this party and is very steady and committed. A man that will share with you tonight what time it is in Barbados. He's going to tell you the time it is in Barbados in St. James North. Make Mr. Grainger, Ensley Grainger, welcome. Thank you. From St. Michael East.
Yes, we voting Felicia cause the big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she.
Good night, St. James North, Sion Hill, Westmoreland, Upper Carlton, and all those in the earshot of my voice, good night to you. Good night. It is indeed my pleasure and indeed an honor to stand here on this platform of the Democratic Labour Party in support of my friend and comrade, Miss Felicia Dujon, a young lady who I have grown over the last few months to love and appreciate, and the one whom I believe come May the 21st, 2025, should be declared as a duly elected representative for the constituency of St. James North. And when I look at the candidates in this by-election, I see no other candidate worthy to mount the steps of the House of Assembly than Felicia Dujon. And I am telling you tonight, do not judge her by her size, but judge her by the character, by the content of her character. You have seen her, you have heard her advocating on children's rights, on human rights, parents' rights, you name it. She has been there. And teachers' rights. She has been there up and down the left and breadth of this country speaking on your behalf. And she has come to St. James North to continue that fight and to speak on your behalf when she is duly elected to the House of Assembly. But I say to you tonight, residents of St. James North, this by-election has more to do with the failure of Edmund Hinkson and the Barbados Labour Party on this constituency than it has to do with Felicia Dujon and Chad Blackman. And you had better believe that. This constituency has been neglected by the Barbados Labour Party. For umpteen years, this constituency has been faithful and loyal to the Barbados Labour Party. And St. James North, I ask you the question tonight, what have you gotten in return for your loyalty? The answer is clear. And because you got nothing, ladies and gentlemen of St. James North, I say to you, you cannot continue this way. You have to make a change. And I say tonight, it's time for change. And when I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, what time it is, it's time for change. What time it is? What time is it? Thank you. Having been through this constituency on a canvas, I have come across some conditions that is less than adequate for a constituency that has been so loyal to a political party. The roads are deplorable. Lighting is deplorable. Bushing is deplorable. And in some instances, they talk about the coverage too. That's part of the bush. And I am saying that for a candidate who has been around or back in Barbados probably for a year, to come to you, you must ask him, why should I vote for you? Where your government has neglected us for so long. And I say that a vote for Chad Blackman is a vote for the more of the same of Edmund Hickson. You will get the same neglect from him and the Barbados Labour Party. And that is why I say to you tonight, it is time for change. And that change must come on the 21st of May 2025 in none other than the form of Felicia Dujon. You can do no different. You can do no different. The choice is clear. I know some people said, man, there's a Barbados Labour Party stronghold. She can't do nothing here. There are no strongholds in Barbados, and there can be no strongholds when you are being treated badly and neglected. You must stand up, St. James North, and say to the Barbados Labour Party and send a signal throughout the length and breadth of this country that it is time for change. It must come. St. James North, you has had promises after promises after promises. And they have been broken and broken and broken. And you were neglected. But you continue to support the Barbados Labour Party. St. James North, this is wake-up time. Arise from your slumber, St. James North. Arise from your slumber come the 21st of May, next Wednesday, or this Wednesday, in the next 3 days. And you say to the Barbados Labour Party, and their offering, enough is enough. They have been weighed in the balance and found wanting, and you will not continue with them anymore. And all these promises that they made to you, they're now coming this by-election and foisting a man on you. You had no choice in who you wanted. The leadership of the Barbados Labour Party and the country placed a man on you and telling you you have to take him. You have to take him, accept him. I say to you, St. James North, you are an intelligent people. You are an intelligent people, and you must reject that sort of behavior, that arrogance that is coming forth from the government of Barbados. I urge you, St. James North, cast your mind back to 1986, with a Democratic Labour Party candidate by the name of Joe Payne. And you, St. James North, said to the Barbados Labour Party, we have had enough of you. And I am saying to you tonight that come Wednesday, you must say to this Barbados Labour Party government, you have also had enough of them, and vote their candidate out. Vote their candidate out. And you must vote Felicia Dujon from 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening. And let me correct that, you can't vote out a man who is not in. But you can vote in someone who is not in. And at 6 a.m., the ballot boxes are empty. But I want that at 6 p.m. when they're closed, and maybe at 8 when the first boxes start to come in, that it is all Dujon. 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 And that at the final vote tally, I will hear the returning officer stand on the steps of Gordon Greenwich School, if that is the school. I believe it is. And he will say to you, St. James North, and all of Barbados, I declare Felicia Dujon to be the duly elected representative for the constituency of St. James North. And Barbados will say thank you. And this victory in St. James North will send a signal to the Barbados Labour Party. All is well. All is not well. And that the people have seen the light. They have seen the light. And they're ready for change. Ready for change. This government, in the last 7 years, has come to you all types of fancy phrases, slogans. Recently, now you're hearing, share the burden, share the bounty. I'm saying to you, St. James North and Barbados, there is no bounty for you. All that you have left with is burden. Burden from the cost of living. Burden from the high gas prices. Burden with the electricity bills. Burden with the brown water. But you know who getting the bounty? Friends and family and the consultants. Not you. St. James North, this government has no uses for you. And you must say to them, again, enough is enough. And why you must do that? This government is known to make promises, not only to the constituency of St. James North, but to the country as a whole. And we go back to 2021. During COVID, the Prime Minister came on national TV in a press conference, I guess at the time in response to our then leader, Ms. Verla De Peiza, and she said to you, believe me, folks, I will not call a general election during COVID. And on the 27th of December 2021, there she was again in a press conference saying to the public of Barbados, I have advised Her Excellency, Dame Sandra Mason, to dissolve Parliament and election call. An election call for the 21st of January 2022. And while that election was called, the Prime Minister knew or ought to have known that there were over 7,000 persons suffering with COVID in quarantine and therefore could not vote. 7,000 persons disenfranchised. And you heard Dr. Wickham last night expounded upon that. This is not a government that you can trust, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a government that you can trust. Not a Prime Minister that you can trust. Her word is not her bond. And if you intend to change it, I welcome that. This Barbados needs a leader who they can trust. And it is not the Prime Minister of this country, not you. You have lost the trust of the people over the broken promises that you have made to them. Serious broken promises. And I am saying that the Democratic Labour Party, ably led by the Honourable Ralph Thorne, stands ready, willing, and able with a team of bright, fresh candidates ready to take this country out of the hands of the Barbados Labour Party and take this country forward. And I am hoping that when that time comes, I form part of that team that will be mounting the steps of the House of Assembly. Another failure on the part of this government. Another broken promise. It's a failure too. Having taken Barbados into republicanism, the 30th of November 2021, the government is still unable to provide a Republican constitution for this country. We are a republic operating on a Westminster Constitution. St. James North, that is another broken promise on the part of this government. How much more are you going to take? They came to government and they promised you the world. They promised the world because the Democratic Labour Party that exited office in 2018 was the worst and the most corrupt government ever descended upon Barbados. And they promise you transparency and accountability. They want integrity legislation. But I am asking you, St. James North, tonight, and those in the earshot of my voice, was there transparency and accountability when the Whole Town Civic Center was sold? Was there transparency and accountability when the Gemons Lane property was given away? Was there transparency and accountability when the whole project was designed? And after that, after $60 million, what is there to show? Nothing. They promised you things would be better. And the Prime Minister mounted a platform sometime in 2018, and she ventured into the dialectical. And she said to you, give me the vote and watch me. And you Barbadians, you did as she said. The taxi drivers gave the vote and then watching. And all they're seeing is the tour buses coming out the port. And not a crumb for them. Not a crumb. And we in Barbados, we still watching. We still watching. The people in St. Lucie watching. And they're seeing the brown water coming out. The households, housewives and house husbands, they're watching too. And they're seeing the prices in the supermarket going higher and higher and higher. And they're watching. And all of this is happening while our Prime Minister is traveling the globe talking about private change. But I am saying to the Prime Minister tonight, there is climate change in Barbados, political climate change that will take place on the 21st of May, 2025. When the people of St. James North will say to you and your party, we have had enough of you. St. James North, I urge you, your choice is clear. Your choice is clear. I beseech you, come Wednesday morning, through to Wednesday evening. Barbadians are watching you, St. James North. I implore you, I impress upon you, your choice is clear, and that choice is Felicia Dujon. They also promise you education reform. Education reform, and we have some teachers in the audience here tonight. And what did you get? You didn't get no reform, you get confusion. One minister saying 11 plus done with by 2019. And what you had between 2018 and 2025, 6 ministers of education, and what? Nothing to show. Nothing to show. You also had the IDB report, where they foisted upon your children an intrusive questionnaire, unknown to you, the parents. All of this under the guise of education reform. What they did to the children at Springer School, unknown to you, the parents again. That was I would call it a criminal act. It was bad. It was wrong. And you know, nobody answered. Everything continued business as usual. But St. James North, you cannot allow business to continue as usual. Come Wednesday, the 21st of May, you must, St. James North, you must say to the Barbados Labour Party, it's time. It's time. It's time for change. It's time for change. I want you, St. James North, to see this government for who they are. And the candidate from the Barbados Labour Party cannot be extricated from the behavior of this government. He is duly culpable because he is a member of cabinet, or up to the time of the by-election. He cannot escape what has happened to you. Did you hear him when he was minister in the Prime Minister, in the Ministry of Economic Affairs? Did he advocate or agitate on your behalf for anything? He had convenient laryngitis. He didn't speak on anything related to you. Your sufferings were still there. And he knew, or he ought to have been told, that he was going to be the candidate to replace Edmund Hinkson. But now he comes to you, and he wants to declare himself as a new pluck from the burning. But he is the same thing, and he will give the same thing. And you, St. James North, must say to him, we are going big, but we're going big with Dujon. We're going big with Dujon come the 21st of May. And you will go home, black man. So you say go big or go home. The St. James North going big with Dujon, and black man, you will go home. Enough, St. James North, of the long talk. You can take it no more. No more. You heard in last year's budget, the lashes start to fly when Comrade Leader Ralph Thorne descended upon Hope. And the Prime Minister come out of her hole and said to you, there will be an investigation into Hope. Have you heard of any investigation into Hope? Not yet, up to now. Not one peep squeak of any investigation into Hope. Again, you have a prime minister giving a word to the country of Barbados, and people taking you at your word. And this is what you are doing to them time and time again. You were promised 10 mini stadia. Have you seen one? Have you seen one? This is the Prime Minister who stood at the bottom of Parliament where the Democratic Labour Party had 16 ministers and said that it is too large a cabinet. How many? How many are there now? And no accountability or transparency to anybody. And she's basically saying to you, I could do what I like. Because this country had given the Barbados Labour Party 2 consecutive terms, the Barbados Labour Party, to my mind, is beginning to feel that they have a monopoly on Barbados. Monopolies can be broken. St. James North, we intend to break this monopoly. It starts with you, St. James North. It starts with you. St. James North, this by-election is about democracy versus dictatorship. You must say to this government, we are tired of the dictatorship. You, St. James North, must speak truth to power. Speak truth to power. And again, I cannot impress upon you more to urge you that come the 21st of May, you vote Felicia Dujon. Felicia Dujon to be your next representative of this constituency. But I will close here, and I will say to Felicia, you have been written off by the political pundits not having a chance. Not having a chance. You have been written off just like David was written off against Goliath, not having a chance. But this convention will be a small axe that will cut down a big tree. And I want to give you comfort, Felicia, in the words of that 1905 hymn written by Sevilla Martin. And the first verse, be not dismayed whate'er betide. God will take care of you. Beneath his wings of love abide. God will take care of you. But I like verse 3, where it said, all you may need, he will provide. God will take care of you. Nothing you ask will be denied. God will take care of you. St. James North, I counting on you. Barbados, we are watching. And I say tonight, without fear or favor, malice or ill will, I urge you, St. James North, vote for Felicia Dujon and send her to the House of Assembly to sit next to our leader, the Honorable Ralph Thorne, to stoke some more fire under the butts of the Barbados Labour Party that we can now have transparency and accountability coming out of Parliament. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless you.
We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one.
Yes, we going with Dujon.
Felicia, she is the one.
Yes, we going with Dujon.
Honest voice for the people, that is what we. Integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem.
To God be the glory. Great things he has done. Sion Hill, St. James North, good evening. My name is Damien Fanus, and it would be remiss of me if I don't thank each and every single one of you for the warm embrace that I feel as a new member of the Democratic Labour Party. I also want to highlight the gentleman that was just speaking on this podium. The first time he saw me at my first political meeting, he shook my hand and told me there's a place for you at this party. And that is what it's all about. That is what it's all about. Embracing people whether you know them or you don't, and telling them that they have a purpose in this nation. So, when they tell you that the Democratic Labour Party don't like youth, don't believe them. When they tell you that they don't like women, don't believe them. The woman that is coming here right now to speak before you, I want you to understand something about her. Verla De Peiza, when you hear that name, it should invoke mother, long-serving attorney at law, ex-president of the Democratic Labour Party. I want people to understand that she, during her tenureship, had the hardest tenureship during her time. And she stood tall, and she represented, spoke truth to power, and put that party on her back. And they said that we would never rise, but we're rising now. And she's still here. The same women that they said that we don't like. So I want you to give her a warm embrace as she comes and address you. Verla De Peiza.
Felicia, we voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia, we voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon.
Good night, St. James North. Good night, Sion Hill. Good night, Upper Carrollton. Good night all the way up to Turtle Ridge. And in case the sound is going in the other direction, all the way down Rock Dundo. Tonight, it is my privilege to stand here, as I have done a few other times before, to endorse the candidacy of our own pocket rocket, Felicia Dujon. I met Felicia just a couple of years ago. And in that short space of time, she has impressed upon me her absolute commitment to service. And at the beginning of the day, not the end of the day, what you in St. James North are looking for in this by-election is a servant of the people. You are not looking for crown prince. You are not looking for arrogance. You are not looking for the anointed. You are looking for someone who will stand up for you and raise your issues fearlessly. You are not looking for the mold that has grown mold for the last 35 years as you chose representatives on the basis of party color. And I say that because for 35 years, the same party has held this constituency, and there is nothing to show for the progress of the people of St. James North that you should continue to support them. No. This has become a pattern in Barbados, and it is time for it to be redressed. What do you need in that representation? You need someone, for those of you here on the upper end of St. James North, who will speak to your farming issues. And who better to do that than a farmer herself? Because Felicia Dujon farms. Those of you who have children will want someone to stand up for you robustly as we continue with a system that everybody agrees needs change, but this present administration hasn't got the guts and the determination to make that change. And I say that candidly. Not, and this is now for the media, not talking about anybody's guts. I say this candidly because from the time they came to office in 2018 until now, we have heard about education reform. But we haven't seen hide nor hear of anything remotely approaching reform. What we have had is crisis after crisis after crisis in the education ministry. And we have seen behind each one of those issues the smallest lady with the biggest voice and the biggest heart in Felicia Dujon. When it was the issue at Springer, she was there. When it was the issue with the IDB survey, she was there. When there were issues at Alexandra School, she was there. When Coach was running your children right here at Gordon Greenwich School, she was there. Because as small as she is full of energy and committed to the cause. And she has demonstrated that on a national level. And she is ready to bring it home in St. James North. For you, not for party color. For you, the people of St. James North, with whom she has spent her time wisely and has stood up for you already, highlighting issues that for 35 years, a whole lifetime, two sets of voters, 18 and 18 is 36, two sets of voters came to majority under the Barbados Labour Party and saw not a bit of development in this constituency. And I will hear them say the fish market got refurbished. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. But that's it. In 35 years, that is your crowning glory? That ain't even a Burger King crown. Because at least you get that for something. We are on a serious mission in St. James North. This night, Sunday night, is one of the last big meetings. And we will spend the time tonight to explain to you why it is time to end voting just for party. It has not served you at all. But the other reason that we need to take this by-election seriously, and I don't want you to stay home. The other reason we need to take this by-election seriously is because this is a national election. It is not a general election, and everybody in Barbados does not get to vote. But all eyes are on you, St. James North. Because in this election, you get to vote not only because nobody has stood up for you wearing that other color for 35 years, and it is time to bring a change in this constituency in some meaningful way with someone who has demonstrated that they have the energy and they have the will and the commitment to do it. But this is an election where you get to say what is going on in my household also needs to change. And I say that to make this a personal election for you as you deal with national issues. Because you in St. James North have had issues like everybody else in the country. And you have to get to the supermarket and find that your money does not stretch. And you are made to line up for $300. But in the sun and the rain. And as you are lining up for the $300, because I don't want you to miss it, it is your money. This is your money. Don't make anybody feel like they're giving you a present. This is your money that you're getting back. So as you line up for it, I want you to think seriously. When the year comes and the government has $1,300 for you in the reverse tax credit, I don't have to line up. But you making me take time off my work. You making me take time from my family. You making me stand up in long lines like COVID. And you tell me that you care for me. Think on it. Go for the money. But think on it. What this government is making you do to get $300. And what information they're asking you for in order to get the money. Information they already have in another government agency that they could get, but they're making you work for it when you already own it, not earn it. You already own it. It is disrespectful. I want you to think on that as you stand up for your money, because it is yours. but consider if you should rest your X down. The next time you have to stand up in a line on the 21st of May to mark your X in the hot sun or the rain, not for any money, but for your future and your children's future. This is an election like no other. We heard ad nauseum about a lost decade. But we are 7 years into this administration and they have nothing to show for it. They're busy milling paving roads, and the first time the rain comes, the rain is washing away the roads. That is not a joke. Look at Highway 1, look down Archers Bay, look in St. Thomas. And they come now that an election is in St. James North and start hustling to pave Dublin Road that has looked like that for nearly all of the 35 years that they have been in. It is disrespectful. They don't have time to fix the bridge. The bridge can take longer than 3 weeks to fix. And they run in this campaign telling you a lot of hogwash about what happened back then. And I heard a snippet that I can get to make any sense about how under the last administration there was no scanning of containers, and that is how the weapons and the firearms get into Barbados. And I ask myself, I mean, the rest of you all can decide whether you're going to say, no, that ain't happened. That's not for me. You told Barbados that you know who the gangs are. You told Barbados that you were negotiating with them. We saw some of them on the front page of the newspaper saying you still owe us money. And you mean to tell me you know who got weapons and you give them money and you ain't even say in exchange for the weapons? That is on you. That is not on any administration before you. That is your sloppiness. And it makes no sense because you can look at the statistics. I had to look at them as we in the commission were putting together. Derek, you're on the commission, you would know. We had to analyze those statistics. The crime spike in Barbados started in 2018. And that year we thought was a horrible year. And let me tell you, it wasn't the first half of the year. It was with a fury in the second half of that year. And we thought that year was bad. And last year, 52, if you check the international agencies. We're both here looking at our own statistics, but other people are looking on and doing their count, and their count says 52. That's 1 a week. That's like vitamins now. And that is murders. That is not counting any other type of crime. But you live in Barbados, you people of St. James North, and you know what you feel. You know the fear that you feel, and you know that it is not just a feeling, because up to today, we watched it because the videos are going around. We watched the heist in 6 roads. And just about 50 meters from here, the Attorney General stood and told you that they have the criminals nervous. Well, let me tell you how nervous the criminals are. One of the men that I watched on that video going into that supermarket today had on a high-vis vest. They are that nervous that they don't care who see them. This is the disappointment that the present administration has visited on the people of Barbados, and you, the people of St. James North, feel it too. It may not have happened in this constituency, but the son of the same Nichols in whose car park they held their meeting was a victim of serious crime in this country. And kudos to the police, because their clearance rate is fantastic. But those of us who know a little bit about criminology, and those of you who don't need to know about criminology because it is your lived experience, will know that it is better to nip something in the bud than to put a plaster on it. So this is never about the police, except that we would love for them to be paid properly. We would love for them to get some insurance. We would love for them to get the equipment that they need. We would love for them to be able to put intelligence gathering into place. And we would love for community policing to be spread across Barbados, because that is how you bring down crime. One of the initiatives. So it is not about that. It is about how you feel, and you know that we need more programs that are designed to deal with people's feeling that they need to resort to crime. It is all well and good to talk about how you have beefed up the courts and you have 3 new judges. I will have to tell you though that 3 also retired, and they didn't tell you that part. But it is more than beefing up the court system. You can only lock up a man for what he did. Nobody is convinced that the increase in punishment, in the length of sentences, and making it more difficult to get bail has had any impact on crime in this country, because we have seen otherwise. We have seen in broad daylight an elderly man not just robbed, but seriously injured. He was beaten and stabbed in broad daylight on a busy road leading into town. So we know that those are just plasters on sores. When will you face up to it that you don't have a clue what to do with the crime situation, and just walk off the scene and let other people who have an idea do what needs to be done? And we don't keep it close to our chest. You have heard the political leader, as leader of the opposition in the House, speak to some of the initiatives. Where is the anti-gang legislation? We have been calling for it for months. But we have to be real. Do they really want to solve the problem? And that is a hard question, a big question for them on your doorstep. And if they can't give you anything other than the namby-pamby answers that they're giving the country so far, it is time to fire them in St. James North and start the march towards a better governance in this country. Because at the end of the day, a government's primary task is the protection of its people. So whenever you hear them say that crime is not a political issue, you know that they have abdicated their responsibility, and it is your responsibility to take them down from off their throne, make the abdication complete, and put someone else in their place. The solution, and there is one solution to crime. It has many facets, but there is one solution. And that solution is to put people first. When you make policy, again, that is only for government. So don't tell me that solving crime is not a political issue. It is one of the biggest political issues, because the roots of crime are in a broken society, and it is for the government to fix the society, not just to fix education, which I spoke about earlier, but fix our social structures. How you mean that in the 21st century, and we're almost heading into the second quarter of the 21st century, how you mean in the 21st century that our farmers can't get water? How you mean in the 21st century that we have a construction boom, and at the same time you could be boasting about how many work permits you are approving? Why are the jobs not for our people? How you mean? How you mean? The care of our people is the business of government. Looking for job creation, and that does not mean that every job must come from government, but it means that government must make the space for the private sector to feel like it can make jobs, and I mean meaningful jobs, not demeaning jobs, for our people. And let me segue a little bit, because I read the back page of The Nation today, and I see a complaint about how in the hotel industry, the tourists are complaining that customer service has dropped. But it must. Do you all remember? And I know that there are several of you in St. James North who work in the hotel industry, who work in the villas that are dotted in the hills above us and below us. Do you remember how the hotel workers were treated during COVID? The government didn't stand up for you, workers of St. James North. The unions abandoned you, and your employers were looking out for the saving of their business as their first priority. You were the last to be considered, if considered at all. And all that you got for that was a hamper. That is what you meant to them. The handouts. They want the visible show, but you want the tangible feel in your household. This personal election is a national election, is a by-election in this constituency, but each of you feels something that tells you that it is time to change how we do business in this country. And let's not fool ourselves. The Democratic Labour Party had to face up to change and make some hard decisions too. But this is an election where you must not be made sport of. I don't know if you got your circular, but I will tell you, I'm from St. James North. I'm one of those lucky people who got to live several places as they were growing up. I spent time with my parents in Mount Stanford, and I spent time with my grandparents in St. Lucie. Almost equal time. It may have been more in St. Lucie than in Mount Stanford, because I spent all my vacations down there. My mother taught short hair at St. Boniface when it was a whole school, not just a nursery. She still lives in Mount Stanford, as does my brother. And he received his circular envelope from the other side. Like this. Making mock sport at people, not a thing in the envelope. And don't feel that I lying, because look, the paper still on the sticky part, they never even stuck it down. Making mock sport at people. They could just say that they don't have something to say and save the postman the trip. But we are here on serious business. The business of St. James North is the business of the country, and the business of the country will always be the business of the Democratic Labour Party. We have in this constituency to be serious about the 21st of May. This is a day unlike any other. This is a national election because there are national issues that are playing out in your households that need to be playing on your mind as you go to the vote on the 21st of May. You need more respect. You have not got it for 35 years. You have stood behind them, but I watch carefully. I watch carefully in this election. You have to watch on the other side. It is not possible. And I watched a motorcade yesterday, and not a car in the line was marked S. And if that does not give them cause for concern, then I don't know what will. It does not matter who gets busting in a red shirt to make a meeting look good. What matters on the day is that each of you in this constituency understands and appreciates your role, that each one of you matters, and that vote will count. I am not a mathematician, but I was forced to do statistics in order to do my political science degree. But even without statistics, if you look carefully, and I noticed that the mid-spread of the nation very neatly did not include 2022's results, because they would show a significant slide in the numbers, first of all, going out to vote, and then in the numbers who haven't turned up, who voted for the other side. They recognize their slide. And that is why we are having a by-election where they can focus on this constituency. But here's the thing, and this is particularly for those of you, about 2,000 of you, who did not go to vote. You are the ones who make a difference in this election. This is not a stay home and protest election. This is a stand up and vote and protest election. This is a referendum against the abuses that you have faced from the present administration. And as you walk to the polling booth, you don't have to tell anybody what you are about to do. It is your own personal business. It is you, your pencil, and your conscience in that room. And it is for you to know that the last 35 years have done you nothing but a disservice, and that it is time for change, and that the change that you need comes in the form of the energetic Felicia Dujon, who has demonstrated to the country that she is ready for service. And don't let anybody talk to you about where she born, because half of you up here born there too. We grew up with the Sams and the Edwards and the Williamses and the Etiennes. The St. Lucians live among you. And when they want to disparage her for where she is born, she's disparaging you. Get this clear. Speaking to those who did not vote in 2022. You are the ones who can bring change to this country. We know that on the 22nd of May, the same government will exist. We know that. But the signal that you send when in a by-election, you shake the government in its boots. You make its belly quiver. You are the ones who make the difference. The diehards will vote anyway. But those of you who just want better for your constituency, who just want better for your families, who just want better for your country, will know that you can't do the same thing and expect a different result. 2025 is your moment. 2025 is when you, St. James North, get the opportunity to send a clarion signal to the government that their moment in time is coming to an end, because a general election is upon us as well. It's sooner rather than later. And this is your first step in that short march as you go with Felicia Dujon to the House of Assembly, walking up those steps, taking her seat alongside the leader of the opposition, and speaking firmly and clearly, as is her wont, and resolutely on your behalf in the House of Assembly, the 21st of May, from 6 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Come out and vote. Come out, St. James North. Come out, Sion Hill. Come out, Carlton. Come out, all within the hearing of my voice, and vote for Felicia Dujon, your little pocket rocket, standing tall on your behalf, big in heart, where it matters, and willing and able to work on your behalf. I thank you.
And honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. We vote in Felicia, yes we vote in Felicia. We vote in Felicia, yes we vote in Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes we going with Dujon. Felicia.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me announce to you that the woman of the hour is here. Felicia Dujon is here. Democracy is here. I want you all to understand and do not underpin or underestimate how important you are in this election, this by-election. Your turnout will be the foundation that puts the cracks in the empire that is the mere motley administration. I want you all to understand something about empires. Empires believe that they will last forever, but it's their hubris that makes them crumble. Imagine you have an administration that spoke about embracing CARICOM nationals, but yet they get on a platform and disparage a CARICOM member, a CARICOM national, a woman who believes in Barbadiana, picked up roots, moved here to make something of herself, and all of a sudden she's nothing because she opposes this administration. Seriousness. I want you all to understand something, that when you come out to vote and you put your X for Felicia Dujon, you are voting for integrity. You are voting for representation. You are voting for accountability. And I will not take up too much of your time because I know you want to hear her speak. So put your hands together for Felicia Dujon.
We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. An honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but the big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution.
That's right.
Felicia, she is the one.
Good evening, constituents of St. James North. Good evening, Sion Hill. How are you doing this evening? Good evening, comrades. Thank you for coming, and thank you for being here. And before I start, I just want to thank the good Lord to allow us to be here so that we could continue the fight on behalf of the people of St. James North. So whether they want me here or they want me to go home, I will still be here. Let them know Felicia Dujon is not going anywhere. Felicia Dujon is at home, and we're not going anywhere. Let them know that. But what I want to share with you this evening is that when a bee becomes greedy, it doesn't become or remain a worker. It becomes a parasite. And tonight we will get these parasites out of St. James North. This is what we're going to do. When a bee becomes greedy, it stops becoming a worker and becomes a parasite, which is what it has been doing to the citizens and the constituents of St. James North. But I'm here to tell them and advise them, as I've always done. I am in the hive with you. I am in the hive with you. And tonight and for the next few days, until Wednesday, we're going to smoke them out. We're going to smoke them out because we have tired of seeing the type of abuse of power that has been undertaken in this hive in St. James North. The reason why they do not want you to vote for me is because I will expose them of the abuse. I will expose them of the oppression that they have continued to do in this constituency. And you know what? This evening, I was just happened to be passing at Western, and I heard one of the ministers say that they're going to paint St. James North red. But he forgot Felicia Dujon is here. He forgot that the champion of the people is here. So we're not going to paint anything red, sir. We're going to make sure that we smoke you out of this place so that you don't not return. And when you leave in, you make sure you take your bees with you. Because we're not going to tolerate any kind of bad behavior, any kind of oppression, and any kind of tyrannical behavior in this constituency. My dear constituents, I am proud to serve you. I am proud to be here to defend your honor and your integrity and your dignity.
For the last few weeks, I've been working in your constituency. We have never seen the Barbados Labour Party work so hard in a constituency before. They got all of the ministers out. They got all of the buses and all of the funding and all of the resources out. But where were they in the last 7 years? My dear constituents, ask them those questions. Where were you when we required adequate and healthy water at our homes? And constituents, there's some members of your own constituency, of this constituency, that do not have piped water at their homes. They do not have indoor washrooms at their homes. But this government will come in this constituency with their shameful selves and tell you they want to paint this place red. We're not painting here red. We're getting rid of you. And we're going to start in this constituency so that you can respect the constituents of this area, of this noble and hard-working citizens of this country. These are hard-working people that you are treating with disrespect, and I will never tolerate it. I will continue to fight on their behalf. So when you think you can come around this area and paint it red, we're not painting it red. We've had it red and dread for too long. It has been red and dread with poor lighting in this area. And your bad roads. Sion Hill, if I didn't come here, I wouldn't have known how dark they left you. In 35 years, look at how they have left you. And now you're hearing the Prime Minister and the Minister responsible for Transport and Works, who is also the campaign manager for the opponent, that they will have 400 lights to put all over here. And then when? When are they going to put it? On Wednesday? Is it going to be here on Wednesday? Constituents, my duty here is to come to you with an honest voice. We have nothing to gain. We have nothing to lose but your trust. I am here to tell you the truth about this government. I have always continued to expose them and unmask them. And this is what I will continue to do on your behalf, so that you can get the representation that you deserve as a citizen, a law-abiding citizen, a hard-working citizen of this country. We're going to take them out of this hive, and we're going to bring a new queen in this hive. We're going to take them out and ensure that things are done properly and humanely in this constituency, because they do not respect your fundamental human rights to dignity and free choice. And the reason why I say free choice, because they feel that because you have been red and dread for the last 35 years, that you deserve the treatment that you have been meted at for the last 7 years under this government. My dear constituents, I come to you not only as a teacher, because my concerns raises above that as well when we look at in terms of the conditions of our schools in this constituency, where our children have to be dealing with the kinds of buildings, the courage, and the poor facilities at their schools, that we have to be closing our schools every week upon weeks. And parents have to leave their work sometimes midday or mid-morning to come and get their students because the school is not in the conditions, yet millions have been wasted under the Ministry of Education. And we have seen it, and they keep changing the Minister of Education and changing, but they are yet to stand up on the rights of citizens of this country. My constituents, I am also here to speak on the behalf of the single mothers and fathers of this constituency. Your candidate from the Barbados Labour Party has yet to speak on your behalf on any issues in this constituency. It seems that if he does, he will offend. He will offend his government that have continued to abuse the power of the constituents of this area. We need to send a very strong message to them. We need to let them know that as taxpayers, that we deserve the services that we pay for, that we deserve better treatment, and that we deserve to live a dignified life in this constituency and all the constituencies across Barbados. And we are not going to stop until it starts. Because my constituents, we are studying here for for this government. We are sending a strong message to them. We are letting them know that we are not afraid of them. We may look like we're alone, but we're not alone. We will stand with the people, and the people will ensure that they allow us and give us the tools, the encouragements, and the fortitude to stand against that bully government, because we're not afraid of them. My constituents, I've asked the government to provide some allowances for the families, for the single parents and mothers, and they have yet to speak on that matter. They have yet to address it. They have yet to bring any concerns towards it. But what they have done is try to malign me, to attack me personally. This issue is not about Felicia Dujon. You need to mind your business in the constituency. You need to do your job and to deal with the concerns of the constituents. This is your business. Stop maligning persons that are seeking to fight on behalf of persons. And let me tell you, my constituents, the government has our taxpayers' money and they're wasting it. And this is what I'm here to expose you to show you that they're using the money, wasting the money, and not providing the money where we're supposed to get the help and intervention on. We need our allowance. Families in this constituency need the child allowance. You need to bring it back, government. You need to bring it back so that we can help our children and sustain our children in this constituency and Barbados by extension. So constituents, when we speak for your rights, we are speaking for the rights of all Barbadians in this country. We stand up for their behalf. For the farmers and fisher folks, we are continuing to fight on your behalf because we have a government that does not care about agriculture or even feeding a nation. They do not care because they do not live here. They are only visiting here. So they do not care whether our children eat healthy meals at the school meals. They do not care about that. They do not care about how our elderly deals or what they're eating at home. They're spending millions of dollars in the agricultural sector for the minister who's lazy enough. He's too lazy to recognize that the ministry is crumbling, just like every other ministry in this government. And my constituents, I want to inform the youth, because I think it's very important that I send them that message. And I believe that sometimes when we come to speak, we do not know the lives that we will change by what we say. That when we speak life to our constituents and to the youth. You are now seeing the government is running around in motorcades and trying to get your vote. Ask them the question, where were you in the last 7 years? Where were you when I was struggling? When I was trying to eat? Because every man and every woman and every youth and every child need to eat too. But it seems that only certain parts of this society is eating, while the others are left to fend for themselves. We cannot continue that way. And what we're seeing is people that support this government. When we come and speak the issues, whether it's about proper housing for families in this constituency, whether it's about youth employment, whether it's about the farmers, the fisher folks, the disabled, they go on social media and they laugh at you. They make a mockery of those issues. They use me as their memes to laugh at us because they do not take your issues seriously. We speak about poor lighting. We speak about the roads. We speak about the water resources. But not one of them would seek to highlight those issues because they do not care about you. They do not care about your interests because everything for them is a joke. We need to get those parasites out of our hives. We need to get them out of our constituency. And we have to do everything possible to get them out. And how do we do that? Is that we put that X on Wednesday. And I know that some of them have been trying to intimidate you. I know they have been saying the darkest of nights. Before you go to sleep, I want you to say a prayer. I want you to pray before you vote so that your consciousness can guide your vote. So that your consciousness will guide your decision. You do not want to make a decision based upon your passions and emotions. because they will use that against you. They will come and try to gaslight you and tell you, well, you know, man, we've been here for 37, 35, for 7 years. Me and you, we good. No, you're not. You haven't treated them well. And because I am here to serve the people, and I will continue to serve them. After 7 years under this government, after 35 years in this government, the candidate that is responsible for walking around in this constituency have not raised not one issue on your behalf. Not one. He has not seen the need to raise one issue on your behalf so that his government, the government that is currently in power, could immediately do some intervention. He is not interested in that. His interest is about what he can get from you. This is what parasites do. They feed on their victims. And that's what they do. And we will not allow it. The Democratic Labour Party is here to stand up on your behalf. The Democratic Labour Party is about the people. The Democratic Labour Party is not interested in the Barbados Labour Party because the Barbados Labour Party is not even interested in themselves right now. They're not even concerned about what the people really need, because for them it is about how much we can take from the taxpayers and how much taxes we can raise. This journey for me has been a very emotional one. I say emotional because the kinds of concerns and the kinds of issues that I've heard, I know that God is hearing it as well. And it breaks me to the core. It breaks me to the core when elderlies can tell me that my water has been off because of the sewage tax. It breaks me to the core when I visit a home with children and the mother is telling me, I don't even know how I will send my children to school. It breaks me to the core when I go to a house and there are 3 disabled people in the house that do not know how they will survive the next day. And this government, this useless government is parading with motorcades and spending millions of dollars on this by-election, but they cannot see to serve the people that have voted for them. My dear constituents, I stand here on your behalf, not today alone. I have always stood on your behalf. Even members of the Barbados Labour Party that live in this constituency have also fought for them, because I know they too are struggling, but they are too fearful to speak. And they have to wear that red shirt to be part of that beehive. But as I tell you, when I smoke them out, you will have the freedom to speak the way you choose. When I smoke them out, you will have the right to ask them for the lighting and the proper works and the intervention that is needed for the most vulnerable in your constituency, because you know them. You know who are the most vulnerable in your constituency. They are your neighbors. They are your family members. They are your churchgoers as well. They are your children's friends. They are teachers, your pastors, your policemen, the nurses. They are in this constituency and they too are suffering from this neglect of this government. But so when you see them parading, stand back. Don't get involved. Don't get involved in the corruption. Because when you get involved, you also become part of the oppressors. You have to fight for your freedom. You have to fight for your rights. And I will stand with you to fight for those rights. And I will start against those oppressors. Because the reason why they attack me is because they know that once I stand on principle, I am not moving. I will not be moved. Because the reality is, no matter what they say about Felicia Dujon, no matter what they say about the Democratic Labour Party, we still get up and come back into the community. We still get up and do our work. We still get up and make sure that we do the intervention that is needed. I have not stopped working from the time I put my foot on this ground. I have not stopped working no matter what they say about me, no matter how many times they told me to go home. And I know that you've seen it on the logo, go big or go home. That kind of condescending statement of division, that is from the Barbados Labour Party. That is the mantra. This is what they feed upon, because they're parasites. They feed on the weak. But let them know we're not weak around here. Let them know we are strong constituents. And when the day comes, we will rise against them. Whether it's silently or whether it's openly, we will rise against them. So my constituents, do not allow them to intimidate you. If I can stand against them as little as I am, I know you can as well. I know you can as well. Do not allow them to intimidate you. Do not allow them to fool you. Do not allow them to deceive you. They have done it for so long. And now is the time that we have to smoke them out. Because as I said, when a bee becomes greedy, it no longer becomes a worker. It becomes a parasite. And we do not want any parasite in our constituency. So we'll get the big on, we will get the bop, and we'll make sure that we fumigate them out of the hive, because a new queen is coming into this constituency. Let them know we are ready for the job. We have been ready for the job. And on Wednesday, rain, sunshine or snow, we getting out to vote them out. We do not have the time to wait. Now is the time that God has given us to intervene on those that cannot speak on their own, or those that have been too intimidated to come out. But we will stand in solidarity. We will stand against the oppressors, because you know what they say, no retreat. No retreat. That's right, we're not surrendering. And we will walk tall and strong. And we will let this Barbados Labour Party know that the time for them, the time they have come to oppress this constituency is over. We are coming to smoke them out. Thank you, my brothers and sisters. Come out and vote, not only for change, come out and vote for the future of this constituency. Thank you, my brothers and sisters.
She is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. An honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with
Felicia Dujon.
Felicia, she is the one. Yes,
She is the one.
Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon.
Come out and vote on May 21st.
Morals over money any day of the year. A competent visionary with mission-driven quality. Forget the old talk around, Dujon bring it through representation. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon.
A new queen is in the house. There's never been a queen in this particular constituency. There was one? Never. But we're going to have one soon. I am so pleased with her delivery just now. I'm even more convinced tonight, aren't you? We are convinced that Felicia is the one. And I'll tell you something, people of St. James North, if you didn't know that she was the one, I hope that you know now. When we move around this constituency, we are hearing that people are getting bills that has the note in it that says due for disconnection. The bills are saying the water bill is about to get cut off. The light bill is going to get cut off. People are saying that they're getting difficulty buying food. And this is the real experience that Barbadians for the last 7 years have been experiencing at a level of every single month. Enough is enough. You need a break. And you need someone to articulate and argue for you in the House of Parliament on your behalf. Not more of the same, but someone different. And Felicia Dujon is the person for you. Can I count on you to vote for her next May 21st? We're looking forward to that. Now tonight, as I told you, we have a lineup of speakers here that are bright, sharp, and have a lot to say, and they understand very clearly what is happening in this country, Barbados. Next up tonight is a great speaker. We heard him last night in another place. He is a practicing family physician who has a deep care for the people of this constituency. He's quiet by nature, but saw the need and the cause of fighting for the people of Barbados. Strengthened by his faith, he decided to speak out. And he always talks about the fact that his children are what is before him when he is speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Elvis.
We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes,
Elvis
we voting
Wickham.
Felicia, 'cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one.
Good night to the residents of Sion Hill, to the constituents of St. James North. Good night, Barbados. I come to you tonight as a simple man, concerned about my country. I said last night I wouldn't have imagined that a few months ago I would be standing here. Fast forward, and here I am, motivated by concern for Barbados' present and Barbados' future. Something isn't right with our country. We know it. I spoke of that last night. Something is not right. They can pretty it up all they want, fancy talk, economic indicators that for most of us mean nothing when our reality is very different from what government officials are telling us. Something is not well. This is not the Barbados that I grew up in, running around the countryside, playing all kind of games, guavas to pick, gooseberries, sugar apple, golden apple. Can't even find them now. Something has changed. Last night, as I said, I spoke that our country is not well. Only today, and Verla spoke of this, only today to hear and see videos of an armed robbery at a location very familiar to me. I shuddered. I know persons who work there. I know persons in the video. You see, we can get and have gotten, I believe, very numb to these incidents. But we're talking about people, not numbers, not another statistic. We're talking about people. And my sincere prayer tonight is for peace and calm to their hearts, to their souls. With all that is happening, it is easy to see individuals affected as just another statistic, just another stabbing, just another murder. But I urge us not to forget, we are talking about someone's brother, father, son, nephew, uncle, sister, mother. And long after our hard-working police service has caught the perpetrators, they're prosecuted in jail, the trauma for them continues. And sometimes it continues for the rest of their life. I have seen many elderly persons in my practice traumatized by things that happened to them in childhood. that they still struggle to get over. And we have become too desensitized to these incidents as just another crime. But it is not just another crime. We are talking about people whose hearts matter, whose lives matter. But how did we get here? This is not our Barbados. Parents, we have to spend more time with our children. We have to stop letting the technology raise our children and do that ourselves. I often say that it is easier and far better to raise a child, put in the time to raise children properly, than to try to repair an adult. Put in the time, parents. So parenting changed. But something else also changed. And I am calling it out tonight. The government changed. The evidence is clear. I like to talk statistics. Not as much as my former schoolmate, Ryan. Yeah. But I like to talk statistics. Between 2008 to 2017, and we'll leave out 2018 for now because government change in May of that year. Between 2008 to 2017, we tragically lost an average of 26 persons per year to murder. 26. Between 2019 and 2024, we tragically lost an average of 40 persons to murder in this country. And that includes 50 last year. 50 families forever traumatized by violence. I said, something changed. September last year, our country was graced with a visit from our dear leader. I say grace, but you put that in quotes. She paid us a visit at a time when there were serious incidents, multiple murders and other shooting incidents. And we were told that the guns were here before 2018. We were told that vehicle tint was the problem. Now, that is not even worth talking about, except to say that the government must think we are idiots. How nonsensical. Vehicle tint? Was vehicle tint responsible for what we all saw today? Absolutely not. But you know, that statement, those comments, serve their intended purpose. Because for an entire week at least, the country was distracted talking about the stupidity of vehicle tint being the cause of the problem, and the government got a break that it needed from the attention on the crime situation. The art of distraction at its best. Get them to talk about what you want them to talk about and not the real issues afflicting our country. The art of the distraction. And we have a master of it on the other side. I like to keep things simple. As I said, I'm a simple person from humble beginnings. I keep being told that I should write a book. That story is long, but very humble beginnings. I like to keep things simple. So Sion Hill, Barbados, I asked the question, if the guns were here before 2018, why did the criminals wait until after 2018 to start using them? Very simple question. I would like our Prime Minister to give us an answer. Or the absentee Attorney General, when he comes back from his slumber. I'm told don't hold my breath. I will not. confessed criminals have been given comfort and succor by this government. Confessed criminals. When this matter was raised by the Honorable Ralph Thorne in the House, pointing out the thousands that they were being paid, not a man or a woman on the other side could rise on point of order and say that he was lying. Not a man or a woman could. But they didn't use the opportunity, they didn't pass up the opportunity to insult him. Because that's the extent of their contributions in Parliament. When they are confronted with information that they can't deny, curse him. Childish behavior. Grow up. Thousands of dollars was being paid to confessed shooters. While you, the residents of Sion Hill, we, the people of Barbados, struggling to pay bills, struggling to buy groceries, struggling to exist safely in this country, confessed criminals were given succor, comfort by this government. Something changed. Eventually, the AG found some words and confessed that mistakes were made in the peace program. I don't know whose idea it was. I do not know whose idea it was. But it was immoral at its core and downright stupid in its thought process. It was never going to work. And in the process, thousands in their pockets to buy more guns, bullets. While we, the poor people who paid for them, who by our taxes, paid for them to get that money, we continue to struggle. I remind us that the love of money is the root of all evil. Those are not my words. Give them some money and they will forget the pain they are going through. Let us not forget that as far back as 2013, during a campaign event, known gang leaders were given preferred seating and a covered tent. I heard the location, yes. Persons known to the police. And you know when that phrase is used, what it means. Persons known to the police have been seen campaigning with senior politicians. Nobody is suing me. Senior politicians. They were even rewarded with special invitation to Parliament's opening in 2018. Others have senior government officials on speed dial. Something changed, Barbados. Something changed. All the while, special constables have to wait 14 months for promised pay, only for, as we heard last night, for instructions be sent out for them to receive said pay a couple days before they are due to cast their vote and a week before their families are due to cast votes in this constituency. They must take us for fools, using taxpayer dollars cleverly to buy votes. But that's not all. That's not all. As I said last night, for years I paid attention to political happenings. I just did not want to get involved. Politics is too nasty. But something caught my attention in August of 2020. Parliament was prorogued. Fancy term for it was closed for a time. In September, Parliament was reopened. And I heard something in the official speech that I thought was very dangerous. I quote in part, "The world has spoken,
And if Barbados is to be counted among the progressive nations of the world, the government is prepared to. And you can add various things on to the end of that. Something very specific was mentioned, but it was the phrase, the world has spoken. And if Barbados is to be counted among the progressive nations of the world, the government is prepared to. The government is prepared to make certain decisions, to take certain actions, so that we can be like the progressive nations of the world. We have adopted many of the cultural practices and norms of various nations around this world. I know they want to say that those things are part of our culture. We were much safer as a society when we followed what we now call old-time Bajan values. Respect for self, respect for others, respect for law enforcement, respect for God Almighty. We were much safer. Not my words, but righteousness exalteth a nation, and sin brings curse, damnation on that nation. Not my words. We were much safer as a society. But it goes further because something changed. We all saw, or most of us certainly saw, a picture of some class 4 students behaving inappropriately on their last day of school. It was spoken of in concerning tones by government, senior politician, only for said senior politician a couple days later to be seen videoed doing the exact same thing. And a couple weeks after that. Now you call that hypocrisy, and our children are blind, they can see. Something changed. An even bigger concern to me. Our flag, a treasured symbol of our country, was placed on a coffin and lured into a grave. In 2019, remember when trouble started in our country, when the numbers increased and chaos erupted? In 2019, our flag, a treasured symbol of our country, was placed on a coffin and lured in a grave in a foreign land. Now they will say that the flag was not buried. I do not know. But I did see it going into the ground. And I did see a gentleman pour a liquid on it and then drink some for himself. Now say what you want, believe what you want about the ceremony itself. But we are supposed to be a country of laws. And that should never have happened to our flag. Under no circumstances is our flag to go touch the ground, far less go into a hole in the ground. And our Prime Minister presided over that. She was there watching Barbados. Something changed. You see Sion Hill, St. James North, Barbados. At any given point, there are many reasons why problems occur, why crime occurs. There's never one single solution, one reason, as there is not one single solution. But our government is clearly, from what I have just said to you, not without fault for what is happening in our treasured Barbados. We also have a government that you have to listen to very carefully. Very carefully. There's this thing that I do with my children when I'm dropping them to school on mornings. We will hear a news report. And I have this habit when we hear certain things being said of asking them this question. Tell me what that person did not say. Tell me what they did not say. I'm training them to think, to reason. not to be easily fooled. Tell me what they did not say. We have a government that we have to listen to very carefully and listen to what they are not saying, sometimes even more than what they do say. Example, the debt for climate resilience swap, like buzzwords, from November of last year. I watched the debate in Parliament, Senator Ryan, and I saw Senator Andre. I watched the debate. And I saw Senator Worrell on multiple occasions raise the question about terms and conditions, the sustainability performance targets, which if the government failed to meet those targets, penalties will kick in. On multiple occasions, a senator who wants you, the people of Sion Hill and St. James North, to elect him, rose and accused Senator Worrell of misleading the House, indicating that all of the necessary information was given. Now I looked at the resolution again myself today, just to ensure that I recall the events accurately. And nowhere in the schedule that referred to terms and conditions were those specific sustainability performance targets mentioned. Nowhere in, Lord, make sure you cover and protect yourself carefully. Nowhere were they given. And that was what Senator Worrell was pushing. But the refrain coming back on the other side is that we have included everything they need to know. Put it like this. I put it like this to you. I put it like this to you. You go to co-sign for a loan with a friend, a family member. They're the main, you're the co-signer. And you're told that there's some terms and conditions which if the loan applicant doesn't meet those terms and conditions, you will have penalty. So you naturally want to know what those terms and conditions are. But they say to you, oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Really? But our government signed on to something. Now, whether they know them behind the scenes, I don't know. I very much believe they do. But they signed on to something that made reference to penalties if we refuse to meet certain targets, but the targets were not explained. Nothing was mentioned about what those targets were. Just that if we fail to meet those targets, penalties will kick in. We were told what they think we needed to know. I say that again, Barbados. We were told what they think we needed to know. Now, should the government fail to meet these unknown targets or unknown to us, we the taxpayers will foot that bill. Now that may not be a problem for a government minister making over $20,000 a month and the army of consultants making over $15,000 a month each. That may not be a problem. But for Barbadians struggling, for Sion Hill and St. James North residents struggling financially in this country, that represents an increased tax burden on us. Tax, tax, tax. And we're constantly being told by Senator Walters, more tax, more taxes than any other government. We are told when they think we need to know. So we find out about the Whole Tongue Civic Center, by the way. Gemmett's Lane, by the way. And by the way, can I say, nobody gets something for free. You can pick cents from that. There are no Santa Clauses in this world. So what appears to us to be a giveaway, you can complete the thought. But let me give you another example of where you have to listen very carefully. When challenged by opposition leader about the frequent travel, eventually, reluctantly, our dear leader, and for those who watch World News, you know what I mean when I say our dear leader. eventually revealed that she traveled 93 times in 81 and a half months. 93 trips out of Barbados in 81 and a half months. And let us not forget that many of those months were COVID-19 pandemic influenced. So you couldn't travel. So 93 times maybe in 60 months or so. But it was stated, what caught my attention is the statement. She doesn't travel first class. She travels at the last minute and returns at the earliest. Somebody said it, but it's not first class. Barbados, we are smart enough. We know why it's not first class. Private jets aren't first class. We are paying that bill. Paying the bill for large entourages to travel all over the world. And we have a former government that was maligned for far less travel. You see, Barbados, this government has shown us that we need to listen and watch them very carefully. St. James North, the choice before you is very clear. We have a candidate who, from the facts shared, has shown that they subscribe to the philosophy that we don't need to know. We will tell you when we think you need to know. We have a candidate, Felicia Dujon, who all she has done is represent, and speak out on the behalf of those who don't have a voice. When our government would much prefer to shut up many issues in education and sweep them under the rug, Felicia has been there, bringing light onto these issues. Last night I spoke of what I consider to be the darkest moment in our democracy. A general election was called at the time of a pandemic when thousands were in isolation and legally barred from leaving their homes while they had a legal right to participate in our democracy as guaranteed by the provisions in the Representation of the People Act and the Constitution. Senior government official at the time said, if you are COVID positive, if you're in quarantine or isolation, because not everyone was COVID positive, but they were in isolation, you are not able to vote. The darkest moment in our democracy after universal adult suffrage in 1950. A government that is willing to trample on our democratic right to that extent does not need another seat next Wednesday, May 21st, and they need to be voted out when the next general election is called. Because they have shown over and over that they have scant regard for the people. What they will do is give the occasional gesture and fact, including those where international artists are invited to distract us. Only a couple weekends ago, one such artist revealed that the Prime Minister had contacted to help win an election in the past. Come down, do a performance. They just have short memory, you know, so a little fat, a little music, a little food, and they will forget the pain and suffering. But Sion Hill, St. James North, Barbados, I urge us not to forget. This is not the Barbados we are familiar with. Nor is it the Barbados that we should tolerate. So you may be asking, why should I vote? What does it matter? All politicians are the same. The other side are going to get in and do the same thing. Well, the immediate issue before us is a by-election next Wednesday. Wednesday this week, May 21st. Our government does not need another voice in Parliament doing more of the same, committing more of the same atrocities that I just spoke about for the past few minutes. What you, the people of St. James North, need is representation. What Barbados needs is representation. What we need is a stronger voice in the lower house of Parliament. Someone who understands that their loyalty is to the people and not a leader who seems to have some complexes. Ancient Greek philosopher Plato, I like to look at his quotes. I'm going to paraphrase his statement because I don't want anyone accusing me of calling them evil. But he said, the price that good men pay for not paying close attention to public affairs is to be ruled by people who do not have your best interest at heart. So I urge us, Barbadians, I urge the residents of Sion Hill, the people of St. James North, to pay attention to the things we have said, to help ensure that we are not ruled by people who do not have our best interests at heart. Pay attention. Now I know there are many who would say that I have only ever voted for the Barbados Labour Party and can't see themselves voting for another candidate. But when you go into that box, no one sees your X. I urge you to vote conscience. Barbados, Sion Hill, St. James North, we know that all is not well with our country. And the government is deeply complicit in where our country is at today. So I urge you, vote your conscience. Send a strong message to this government. Vote for representation. Vote for Felicia Dujon. She is clearly not afraid of this government. Show me one government minister or election candidate who isn't afraid of their leader. You have a golden opportunity. Sion Hill, St. James North, you have a golden opportunity. Do not pass up this opportunity. Where there's temptation to stay in your home, get out and vote. Go early. Bus system in this country is terrible. So if you're going to work, make sure you leave very early to give yourself enough time to vote. But you get to the polling station and vote. The Prime Minister cannot bar you this time. The government cannot bar you this time. Let your voice be heard. St. James North, send that message. Now as I leave, I pray peace and good health over my fellow countrymen. May the Lord bless you and keep you, make his face to shine upon you. His countenance be reflected on you. Give you peace, both now and forevermore. St. James North, I urge you to get out and vote. It will make a difference. Good night. God bless.
Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. An honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. An honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker doesn't really need an introduction, but he's going to get one anyway. If I could introduce this speaker with a quote, it probably would be, "A good man uplifts others with his integrity and his compassion," and that is Senator Andrea Worrell. Senator Andrea Worrell might seem like a peaceful man, but he does not back down. I've never seen him back down from a fight. If it's one thing I know about him, he bleeds blue. He doesn't bleed red, he bleeds blue. If I was to cut him right now, there'd be blue all over the stage. So, without further ado, Senator Andrea Worrell.
Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution.
Good night to the people of Sion Hill and the constituents of St. James North. Good night to the people of Upper Carlton, Rockdundo, and all of those areas where you can hear the voice of the Democratic Labour Party and where you can feel the move for change in this country, starting with Felicia Dujon on the 21st of May. Now, it is my pleasure to speak on this platform tonight after hearing all of those excellent contributions, promoting and showing the difference between Felicia Dujon and the other candidate who is running in this race. And when you go to the polls on the 21st of May, the choice is very clear. If you want an opportunity to bring about change in this country, the vote will have to go next to Felicia Dujon's name in the box without touching the lines, because it is very important that you go to the polls and you do not spoil your vote and you make it clear that you want change in this country and that you want Felicia Dujon. When you look across this constituency, and not just this constituency, but all across this country, there is a season of hopelessness happening in this country, especially since the Barbados Labour Party came to office in 2018, and they promised to do so many things for the people of Barbados, but up to now, 7 years after, they have failed to deliver, but all that they have delivered is a season of hopelessness for the people of Barbados. Not just for the youth, but also for the elderly and also for the working class people of this country. Not just the working class, but all of those who are working. A season of hopelessness. And tonight I want to touch on some of these things and use them. Use them to give you a reason to go to the polls and change what your vote may have traditionally been and vote for change in this country. Some of you may traditionally vote with your family and vote another way, but tonight we are asking you to change that, to consider what is happening in this country and consider that you have an opportunity with your ex on the 21st of May to make a difference and to say to the Barbados Labour Party that you are not happy with the way in which they are running this country. You do not feel you do not see the transparency. They lack good governance, and every single project which they touch or implemented has failed and could have been done better, and we, the people of Barbados, are feeling burdened. Ask yourself the question tonight: how easy is it for you to go to bed at night and not worry about if you have enough change in your purse to go to the gas station in the morning, put gas in the car, and get your vehicle to work so that you can earn $1? How easy do you feel tonight that if you catch sick in the dead of the night, in the middle of the night, that you can go to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. First of all, you have to call an ambulance and hope that it will be one is available, that it can come to you, and that you don't have to wait 5 hours or 2 hours for the said ambulance. And then that you can go to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital to seek emergency treatment and not have to wait 4 days before you can be admitted onto the ward or even see a doctor to give you that care. How comfortable are you tonight that you can go to bed, and if something should happen to you, that you would receive urgent medical care in a quick, rapid period of time? For many Barbadians, they do not have that confidence. When we also look at as well, how happy are you tonight and how comfortable are you tonight that within your community that you feel safe, or that when you go to the credit union to draw your pension in a couple of days that you will be safe, or that when you go to Shore Pay to stand up in that line to pay the bill that you will be safe. Many of us have fears tonight because of the escalating crime situation in this country. And that has caused a season of hopelessness to overshadow this country. Many Barbadians feel overshadowed by fear, hopelessness, and a sense as though this country is at a precipice ready to fall off. And we have an opportunity in this St. James North by-election to say something about it, to do something about it. And you, the residents of Sion Hill, Upper Carlton, Rockdundo, all of the constituents of St. James North, Barbadians are looking to you to bring about a change in this season of hopelessness by voting for a candidate, Miss Felicia Dujon, who is ready and willing to advocate for you, by voting against a Barbados Labour Party government who has left you feeling as though there is no hope, who has left you feeling as though they do not care. You can see that they do not care. Who has left you feeling as though there is no tomorrow, who has left a number of young people waiting on that opportunity. I am a justice of the peace. And there are so many young people who are coming to me to get passport forms signed, not because they want to travel the world or go on a tour or go to New York for a little vacation, but they want to escape from Barbados because they see no opportunity, no future in jobs in Barbados. And they are using that as an opportunity to escape. That is not a good thing for this country. We need to move away from that season of hopelessness when Barbadians had pride and wanted to reside here, live here, earn a living here. But under the Barbados Labour Party, all of that it has been taken away and is at risk, and there is a threat to it. St. James North, the people of Barbados want you to send a message on the 21st of May by voting for Felicia Dujon. You will send an absolute clear message to the Barbados Labour Party that the wickedness that you are doing, the way you are treating the people of this country, we do not like it, we do not accept it, and we are ready to move on. For those of you out there, a few years ago, in your late 50s or early 60s, you got a shock of your life when this government came to the people of Barbados and did not give you much of a choice in the matter, but said to you that the pensionable age in Barbados have to go up. All because that Mia Motley, in her haste to deal with the debt situation in Barbados, refused to pay back over $1 billion to the NIS, and as a result of that, the national insurance of Barbados is underfunded. Any caring government, if you are doing a debt restructuring, an agency as important as the national insurance, you would take every single effort to protect and carve out a niche that their loans and and investments in the country will be protected and will be paid back, because that is the future of this country. That is the money of every hardworking Barbadian that has invested in the national insurance, so that when they reach the age of 65, that they know that they can retire. But now you have a Barbados where you have elderly people with arthritis and walking sticks having to go to work to the age of 67 and beyond. They lost the pride, they lost the dignity. Many of these people were hoping to retire early, because that is the trend of the world. Nobody wants to be working past 60 nowadays, or 62, or 65, far less going down to 67 and 68. But that is what the Barbados Labour Party under Mayor Motley, that would want to give you the impression that she cares about you. That is what she's doing to your parents and your grandparents, and it is waiting there for you. But there is a future that can change that, and you can start the process on the 21st of May by voting for Felicia Dujon, because when you vote for her, you will send a strong message all across Barbados that Barbados is done with Mayor Motley, and she can go to the UN and find succor there, but no longer can she find it here, that we are done with them. You do not like what you're doing. And I know that a Democratic Labour Party administration under Ralph Thorne will address that issue with the retirement age of pension, because I don't intend to retire at 68. I don't feel that if my mother was still working, that she should have to retire at 68. I don't feel that my brother should have to retire at 68. 65 is a good age to retire, and 60 is a good age for early retirement. That is what Barbadians have become accustomed to, and should not allow the Barbados Labour Party and Mayor Motley to rob Barbadians of that. So St. James North, you have an opportunity on Wednesday to go to the polls and vote out the Barbados Labour Party, one constituency at a time, starting with St. James North. We will start the train from here, and then when she calls the general election, or if she calls a by-election in St. Thomas, we will do the same thing there as well, to vote them out, because we don't believe that Barbadians should have to wait to 67 and 68 to retire. We do not believe that the Barbados Labour Party should use the National Insurance Fund as their cash register to give out and to pay people for votes, the same way that they're doing with the $300 that they want people to line up in the sun, the rain, and the dew just to register for, when they can simply send them checks to every single Barbadian who is deserving of it. If it is a solidarity allowance, all of us out here have been sucking salt for the last 7 years under the Barbados Labour Party. So if it is a solidarity allowance because of bounty, do not cause people the indignity of having to go and line up and get it. Send it to them. And send more too, because you should be offering more than $300 when you know that you have done nothing to reduce the cost of living in this country. Every day, when you read the newspaper, there's a new sense of gloom and doom overshadowing this country. Every single day, instead of rising, we seem as though we are looking for the bottom and going deeper down into the bottom. And the crime situation is getting out of hand, and it seems as though they're looking to get to the lows. That is why this Democratic Labour Party, we decided that it was important to have a campaign of morality versus money, because we recognize, if you look at their campaign and the opulence of it, look at the vehicles traveling around with it, look at the shirts, look at the posters. They even went to the stage of printing bigger posters so that they can cover our small posters on the polls. That is how arrogant they are. That is how they are using the taxpayers' money to make it look as though there is no other choice in this campaign. That is how they are trying to give themselves an advantage. But polls, those polls and the posters on the polls do not vote, and that does not, what you see on that poll is not the intention that you have in your heart or your mind, because it does not say to you that Barbados is doing well. It does not give you hope. It does not give you confidence. You know that when you wake up in the morning and your children want breakfast and you open the fridge door and you can't even find 6 eggs, that this Barbados Labour Party government is not doing anything for you. You know that if you do not have sufficient money to give your children to get to school and to pay for lunch if they're at secondary school, you know that the Barbados Labour Party is not doing enough to help you. And as many posters that they put on the polls and as big the posters are, it does not make a difference. You need someone who cares about you. You need an administration who is not just interested in optics and show, and who brings substance. When they speak and when we talk, when the Democratic Labour Party speaks and talk and our plans, these are plans that can touch your family, touch your lives and make a difference. And that is the ethos of the Democratic Labour Party, because we want to see all Barbadians prosper, not just the few, not just the rich, but all Barbadians prosper. And that is why you need on the 21st of May to go to the polls and vote for change. Vote for Felicia Dujon. Vote for change. Do not go with the traditional vote of your family. Do not go with the traditional vote of the constituency. Do not stay home and say that you cannot make a difference. You can. If you go to the polls and vote with your heart and vote with your conscience and vote for a better Barbados and to take us out of this hopelessness, you can make a difference. And that difference is voting for Felicia Dujon. The hopelessness goes on by every single legislation or new amendment that this administration has made. It falls through the cracks. In March or February, they passed the Social Empowerment Agency legislation, which is the amalgamation of a number of agencies: Welfare, Child Care Board, National Assistance Board, all of those agencies. When I contributed to debate on that Social Empowerment Agency, one of the things that I asked, since it was bringing together all of these legacy agencies under one umbrella, I asked if the unions were consulted on it and what did the unions have to say. I was told in the reply by the leader of government business that yes, the unions were consulted on it. But then I found out later that not all the unions and all of the agencies were consulted, because some of those agencies are now going under consultation. Now, when you have amalgamation like this, and the reason why I asked if the unions were consulted, because it affects the terms and the conditions of the workers. And at every step, this Barbados Labour Party government, when they have done these amalgamations, the terms and the conditions of the workers have been affected. Transport Board, the terms and the conditions affected, because they're now taking you from permanent employees and giving you contracts, short-term contracts. CBC, the same thing happened. They use it as a political witch hunt to cleanse CBC of anybody who dare to wear blue inside of there and bring back the ones who favor them. But at the end of the day, short-term contracts for them. They no longer have the same security of tenure. The Sports Council, they did the same thing. I happened to serve on the Gymnasium Board, and at that time I knew that we went about the process of merging the Gymnasium, Comey, and the Sports Council together. So I could not understand what further cuts were needed at the Sports Council, because it was already trimmed and it was already fit for purpose. But you know what is happening now? those persons are now under contract. They no longer have any job security. So for the persons with the social empowerment agencies, the Child Care Board, the Child Care Board, the National Assistance Board, the Welfare Department, and I want to hear the unions who represent those agencies make sure that when these agencies come into effect, that none of those workers lose their conditions and services which they were accustomed to. That is unfair to the workers of Barbados, and it is something that the Barbados Labour Party has been doing, and it has caused a season of hopelessness and doom and gloom to overshadow this country. But St. James North, you have an opportunity. You have a choice to make on the 21st of May. Do you want this season of gloom and doom to continue, or do you want to remove that rain cloud from over Barbados so that we can feel a period of hope and that we can have opportunities? Look, the nurses in this country feel as though they have no opportunity. They're encouraging them to upgrade from the associates to the bachelors, which would mean that they will have to go into further training, but they're not offering them an increment for it. They should do that. They should give them those opportunities. All of these are things that we need to talk about. You're not going to hear them on the Barbados Labour Party platform, but you're going to hear them on the Democratic Labour Party, because we have the interests of the people of Barbados at heart. Felicia Dujon has the interests of the people of Barbados at heart. She advocated for our students in the school. When they gave them that sex survey, it was Felicia Dujon who brought it to public knowledge and who advocated for it. When there was the child protection bill, it was Felicia Dujon who advocated and highlighted the necessary changes that should be in that child protection bill. So this is no novice. This is not someone who does not have a background of service. This is someone who is interested not in self, but the empowerment of people. And that is what this constituency needs. Because for the last 35 years, there was no empowerment. And under the Barbados Labour Party, for the last 7 years, we feel as though we are going backward into slavery. And we are losing our voice, and we are losing our power. And that is why it is important that you come out on the 21st of May. Do not go to work first and say again, come back home and do it. The traffic is horrible. You might not get back here in time. Go before you go to work. Go before you go to school. Get up. Take your children and your grandchildren who are eligible to vote and take them with you to the polls and vote for Felicia Dujon. Vote for change, and that change will then spread across Barbados and give this entire country a season of hope that can imagine that Barbados can be better, but it will not get any better on the Barbados Labour Party, and who the candidate they're bringing will not do anything for you. Bring Felicia Dujon. Vote for her on the 21st of May and start that process of change. I thank you.
We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. An honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. Woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon.
This Wednesday, we have another 48 hours, correct? Before the polls are open. So it is this Wednesday coming, the 21st. Not much longer. We are in the week of the by-election. So come out and vote. Thank you, Mr. President, Andre Worrell, for such a clear, cogent delivery of the message to the people of St. James North tonight. Tonight we've been sending home a very clear message. We were not about emotions and feelings. We were actually giving you facts. The other side is about how you feel. It's about always how you feel and making you feel sweet. And you will go and vote because you feel a particular way. But we are making it clear and making you very sober tonight to let you know that this election is significant and that you have to come out and vote. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you a man that has been for the last year representing Barbados and the people of Barbados, the underprivileged, the underrepresented in the Parliament of Barbados. He selected 2 senators that had been added to the armamentarium of the Democratic Labour Party, and they are causing damage in the Senate by making sure that you understand what is happening and exposing the government. Tonight, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you a gentleman who will be the next Prime Minister of Barbados and will have next to him sitting Felicia Dujon. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Opposition Leader Mr. Ralph Thorne.
Voting Felicia, yes we voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. An honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with.
Good night to everyone. Good night. And thank you to the chairman. I've heard all of the speeches here tonight, and I think I'm going to be not quite as long as I normally am, and that is a promise I hope to keep. Now, I had thought of making a different speech tonight, but today in Barbados, Sunday, is turning out to be the kind of Sundays that we have had for a while in this country. You and I grew up in a Barbados, and we must be generational at times because we must recognize that we have a responsibility as members of a particular generation not to speak with arrogance, not to speak with condescension, but to speak with the authority and the experience that that generation offers. And I know that when we are young people, we tend not to listen as much as we should do to older people. But I think that we must bring our generational experience to bear on public discourse, public speaking, and the content of public speaking. And we grew up in a Barbados in which Sunday was what I call the gentle hour. We got up on Sunday mornings, we did our chores, we went to church, we came back home, and depending on the mood of our parents, back to Sunday school again. We came back home, showers of blessing. It is Sunday after all. And depending on the mood of our mothers, we were back in church on Sunday night. And Sunday in Barbados really was what I call the gentle hour. And now we are living in a country in which Sunday is no longer the gentle hour. Sunday in Barbados has become the violent hour. And you can trace back over the past few months, weeks certainly, over the past year and over the past few years. And it seems that every Sunday morning now in Barbados is marked by violence. And that is a Barbados that we don't understand. Maybe it is a Barbados that the young people in this country understand. And we try to say to the young people that this is not the norm. This is not what they consider, what they call the new normal. That it is not in a country's interest to lose that gentle hour, to lose Sunday. And this morning, again, I understand there was a robbery at a store somewhere in St. Philip, and that a security guard was injured. And it really distresses us as Barbadians. It really distresses us who belong to this generation. And we're not old people, but we're not young people either. And we have to find a way in this country to take us not back, but to take this country forward and to recapture the Barbados that we knew. While going forward, while developing, we must find a way to recapture that Barbados that I suspect we're losing. And I come to this task tonight remembering two words of the national anthem. You've heard the national anthem quite often, so I'm not going to say anything new. In fact, I am not going to say anything tonight that you have not heard before, but some things are worthy of repetition. And the two words from the two lines from the national anthem: strict guardians of our heritage, firm craftsmen of our faith. Strict guardians of our heritage, firm craftsmen of our faith. And a heritage is something that you inherit. You inherit from a past generation. It is like a house. You inherit a house from your parent. Or you inherit a valuable item. It may be a piece of gold, a piece of jewelry. It may be a piece of furniture. And you tend not to part with an inheritance. You don't sell it. It is cherished. It is treasured. And when I began here this evening, I referred to a peaceful Barbados that we knew. I referred to the peace on Sundays. I referred to Sunday as the gentle hour. And that gentle hour has been a part of our inheritance. We received that from our parents. And our parents received that from our grandparents. And it is our responsibility as new parents to receive that inheritance and to pass it on to our children. So our time is here, and our time is now, and our time has come. And we must ask ourselves as parents, as politicians even, what are we going to do with this inheritance? That inheritance of peace. It is our responsibility to save it and to cherish it and to pass it on to our children. But tonight in Barbados, this Sunday night, follows a Sunday morning that has done damage to that inheritance, to that heritage. We've lost our peace. This country has lost its peace. And in losing its peace, in the words of the national anthem, can we now be strict guardians of that heritage? And if we are to be strict guardians of that heritage, can we take it and polish it like a piece of furniture, a piece of jewelry, and pass it on to our children? But where is that heritage tonight? Have we lost it? Have we, as Barbadians of this generation, lost it. Tonight I want to speak to you on the guardians. And I want to ask you the question, who will guard the guardians? Because I want to say to you tonight that as parents, we are guardians. But the chief guardians in this country, the chief guardians in your country, is the government. The entity that enjoys the most power, the sovereign power. I spoke of this the other night. Sovereign power involves that right and that capacity to order all affairs in a country. It's called sovereignty. And don't let the government ever tell you that they don't have responsibility for keeping the peace. They do have a responsibility, as Richard Seeley explained to you last night, for keeping the peace, for preventing crime. And it is in that sense that the government becomes our guardians. The government becomes the guardian of this country. The government becomes the guardian of all people in this country, including the young people. But we've reached a stage in this country in which we now find ourselves having to guard the guardians. Because the guardians have lost their sense of responsibility. And I relate that to the problem of crime in this country. The guardians are not behaving like guardians. And this Democratic Labour Party must now accept the responsibility to guard the guardians. And as I've said to you, what is at stake here is that heritage of peace. I repeat, Sunday mornings used to be the gentle hour. We seem now to take it for granted that something violent will happen during that gentle hour, so it is no longer gentle hour. And the government seems unwilling. The government seems not only unwilling but unable to accept the responsibility of guardian of that heritage of peace that used to exist in Barbados. There's a sense in which, with all of its power, a government shapes the culture. And the culture is that way of life, the totality of life, the way in which we live, the way we eat, the way we dance, the way we sing, the way we relate to each other, the kind of foods we eat, all of that is culture. The way we generally interact with each other. Do we interact with each other violently or do we interact with each other peacefully? This country has been a peaceful country. And at the heart of the culture of this country has been peace. Peaceful exchanges. You used to be able to send your children down the street and around the corner to the shop. And you never worried about whether they would return. You never worried that a stray bullet would hit them. You never worried that somebody would plunge a knife into their chest, as we saw on our telephone screens a few weeks ago. We took all these things for granted. And have we lost that peace? But there's a sense in which the government helps to shape the culture. The government has a responsibility. And can we say tonight that the government is meeting its responsibility in shaping a culture which will defend and protect the peace that is so needed in this country? I like to refer to that thing I call the moral ballast. Those institutions that give weight, that give stability to this society. And we know that when we were growing up, those institutions that gave stability to this society was the home. And then the values taught in the home extended to the village. And young children, I'm telling you things that you know, but we need to pass these messages on. And we need to pass these messages on to our children. And the village was an extension of the household. And children had to respect not only their parents and grandparents, but children had to respect the elder people in the village. And that was an institution that created social stability and peace in this country. And extending beyond the home and the village was the school, because all children had to find a way into school. And the school then acted as one of the institutions that made this society stable. And then on Sundays, and I began by referring to Sunday, Sunday was that gentle hour, and the majority of parents in Barbados always try to ensure that their children not only had a home life, a village life, a school life, but they fortified the lives of their children with attendance at church because religious values were important, and they were taught the virtues of generosity and love and sharing with their friends and caring for their friends. And so we had an entire society that was stable, that the institutions provided stability. And where are the guardians tonight in Barbados? Where is the guardian called the government in this country tonight? Where are they? Where is your government in relation to the home? Where are they? Because we cannot say that this Barbados Labour Party is treating families well. They're not treating families well. We are living in a country in which families are finding it extremely difficult to survive. And they're finding it, I beg your pardon, extremely difficult to survive because the government seems uninterested in fixing the cost of living. And while they're refusing to fix the cost of living, the high cost of living, they're living high. So that there's an indifference on the part of this government to the struggle of people. While we are spending through our noses, the government is spending our taxes in foreign capitals. Every week, a minister is out of this country. So family life is being hurt directly by the policies of this government. We are finding our villages destroyed by a government that refuses to fix the issue of crime. And I'm going to say here tonight, I'm going to speak about the government's relationship with the criminal element in this Barbados. I have said it before. It has been said before from this platform, and it is a message that we need to repeat because the people in Barbados need to understand that government is a problem insofar as crime is concerned. Government remains a problem because it is refusing to confront the issue of crime in this country. The schools. We have a Ministry of Education that is destroying education in this country. Again, the government. So that the activities of the government not only disrupt the home, the village, but the schools. Somebody must take responsibility for the violent behavior among our children in the schools. What is this government going to say? Is this government going to come and tell you tonight that they have no responsibility for what is going on in the schools? The schools are run by the government. The government is directly participant in the running of the schools of this country. And the government seems to find itself unable or unwilling to deal with the problem of violence in the schools. Who is to fix it? It is not the responsibility of the teachers and the principals alone to deal with the issue of violence. Teachers go there to teach. Of course, teachers go there to impart values. But when children are bringing knives to school, when children are selling drugs in school, it means that some agency, and I say the government is breaching its responsibility to promote stability within the educational system so that every institution that formed the ballast, that every institution that promoted social stability, the government is in retreat. The government is withdrawing itself from participation in promoting the stability of these institutions. I say to you tonight that government is delinquent in terms of its responsibility to this country. But crime. Let us deal with crime. And you heard your Prime Minister a few weeks ago try to locate crime among mothers. That's what the Prime Minister said. That she is blaming crime in the home on mothers who are refusing to supervise their children. That's a shame, you know. And we have a problem of guns in this country. And I told you tonight that I'm not going to say anything that I haven't said before, but you need to be reminded. One of the main problems in this country is the gun problem. The gun problem. No guns are manufactured in the homes. But it suits the Prime Minister to come and to say to you that the home is the locus of crime in this country, when everybody knows that the guns are manufactured outside and they're coming in, they don't pass through the home. They pass through certain places. And it is the responsibility of the government to stop the passage of guns into this country. But what the Prime Minister does, the Prime Minister engages in distraction and diversion. Silly words. Guns don't walk and guns don't talk. And then the silly phraseology that came before that, not about hay. You know, all kinds of foolishness. Rather than engage the citizenry of this country in intelligent discussion to convince the citizens of this country that this government is making efforts to resolve crime, to resolve the proliferation of guns in this country, the Prime Minister engages in distraction, diversion. She distracts away from the main issue, and I ask you why. And I know that the citizens of this country know why the Prime Minister feels that it is in her interest to avoid the issue of crime. We know why. And we must not be afraid to say why. And it is the responsibility of this Democratic Labour Party to bring these issues to you and to say why. And to say to you that clearly there's a relationship between this government and the criminal elements. A year ago, it was probably defamatory to say that, because they would say to us that we can't prove it. Well, the government has assisted us in proving it by having an open and direct relationship with criminal elements under something called a peace program. And you would have picked up your Sunday Sun today and read that a minister in this country says that he is going to deal with the peace program differently, and that it is to be headed by a certain gentleman whose name I'm not going to call. But this government is engaging itself on the issue of crime. But that is not the only way in which this government is engaging itself on the issue of crime. We need to say these things. And we need to remind the people of Barbados. And we need to remind this government that we have good memories too. We need to remind this government of a Good Friday a few years ago. And we need to keep this ringing in the ears of the people of Barbados. We need to remind the people of Barbados that on Good Friday a few years ago, a certain telephone call was made. We need to remind the people of Barbados about that telephone call. And we need to remind the people of the consequences of that telephone call. We need to remind the people of Barbados that that exposed the relationship between certain elements and certain officials in government. That is what we need to do. We must have the courage to tell the truth. And we must be able to speak this truth to power, even when that power is unjust. And this government is wielding unjust power against the citizens of this country. This government has found itself in a relationship with elements in Barbados who are adverse to the interests of peace-loving people. And that is why we don't have peaceful Sunday mornings anymore. And added to the violence in Barbados is this government's further participation in other cultural aspects of this country. This is a government that allowed Vibes Cartel to come here. This is a government that allowed Vibes Cartel to come here on a sacred Easter Sunday to disrupt religious culture in this country, and politicians must have the courage to say that. Even if it is an unpopular message among young people, we must pursue this, not for the sake of popularity, but for the sake of principle, and it is only principle that will save the future of this country. Let us have the courage to speak the truth. And what is happening in Trinidad? The same gentleman goes to Trinidad. And what happens in Trinidad? He is restricted. He is restricted. But because we are around here, and when I say we, I mean the government, and anybody who is afraid to speak, in criticism of this government must now be seen as being complicit with the government. And we choose to depart from this government in our responsibility as an opposition party, in our responsibility to oppose wrongdoing and to defend right. And Trinidad restricted him. And this government did not have the courage to do it. But is it a question of courage? Or is it a question of complicity? And complicity is when you join with somebody willingly and give condonation and support to what they're doing. Vybz Kartel had, presumably, the support of the government when he came here on a Easter. We must consider that he had the support of the government. And so we have, this government has created an entire culture of entertainment. An entire culture of entertainment that is undermining our social values, that is undermining our norms, that is undermining the peace in this country. And there's nothing wrong with entertainment, because we grew up in a time, we used to go across, crop over used to be a marvelous time in this country. The 70s and the 80s, when Calypso was the voice of protest. Calypso was the season when the citizens spoke. Calypso was the season when the citizens spoke to the government in protest. Whichever government it was, B or D, the Calypsonians used to speak to the government and speak the truth. The Calypsonians acted as the opposition in this country, and they used to change governments. When governments became unjust, Calypsonians used to change governments, because Calypso was the location of truth, and Calypso was the location of protest. This government has destroyed Calypso in this country. This government has taken protest, the element of protest, out of Calypso. And what has Calypso become? What has Calypso become? When you have a government that offers money to Calypsonians in exchange for the Calypsonians having to go to the National Cultural Foundation and submit their lyrics for scrutiny. That is what is happening in Barbados. Calypsonians must now write their songs and submit them to the National Cultural Foundation so that the National Cultural Foundation can scrutinize those lyrics in exchange for money. And that is a kind of censorship that one associates with Nazi Germany. That is a kind of censorship that one associates with a fascist government. And that is another demonstration of the way in which the government is destroying the culture of this country for its own preservation, for its own oppressive survival. This is not a good government. You don't have a good government in this country tonight. Every aspect of our culture, this government is destroying. And when any cultural or artistic group in this country becomes a voice of protest, government seeks to destroy it. And I'm going to come here tonight and I'm going to pause and I'm going to refer to the group called Praise Academy of Dance, that we must never allow this government to forget what it did to Praise Academy of Dance, a group that exercises its right to freedom of expression under the Constitution. All citizens have the right to freely express themselves. All citizens have the right to the freedom of conscience, the freedom to express their religious values and their religious affiliations. And I understand that Praise Academy of Dance exercise that right to freedom of expression, and they associated themselves with certain religious values, and your National Cultural Foundation disqualified them from a national competition, because what they were saying, although they had the right to say it, they were not promoting criminality. They were not taking telephone calls from gang leaders. They were not bringing in guns. They were not putting money into feds and causing the most lewd behavior ever. They were doing something wholesome. But this government does not like wholesomeness. This government does not like righteousness. This government, I must say, I don't know how else, what other word I can use to describe them. But I want to say to this government that the banning of Praise Academy of Dance must never be forgotten, because it is a tragic moment. It is a shameful moment in the life of this country when a small group of young people lost the right to freely express themselves and to express their religious values. But you know why this is happening? Because the government has abandoned the Constitution. And we have asked this government to bring a new Republican Constitution 4 years later. And this is serious. This is a demonstration of what it means to have a constitution, an old Westminster Constitution that is irrelevant, and to delay a Republican Constitution that would control the powers of government, so that we are midway between Westminster and republicanism. We're constitutionally in no man's land. And while this government, while the people in this country remain constitutionally in no man's land, while we seem not to have our rights and fundamental freedoms, this government is exercising power. In the absence of a constitution to control and limit the power of government, this government has assumed powers that are beyond the Constitution, beyond the Westminster Constitution that they clearly have abandoned, and away from the Republican Constitution that 4 years later they're refusing to bring to you. I am saying that to you so that you understand the significance of the constitutional delay. And while there's constitutional delay, power is all that matters in this country. The government's power is all that matters in this country. And because the government controls the National Cultural Foundation, the government took it upon itself to instruct the National Cultural Foundation to suppress the rights of those little children, their right to express themselves. What freedom now can we express on Sunday mornings? The freedom to go in the people's place and shoot and stab? That is what Barbados has become, because this government has been derelict in its duty to shape a culture in which there's peace. And that is where it began. The heritage has been lost. This government has destroyed the heritage of peace. This government, we now live in a country, and I say to you that this government, while it was disqualifying wholesome young people from participation in national competitions, this government is funneling money into unwholesome activities. This government is funneling money into thefts and enriching certain private people. This government is doing it. This government has selected about 3 or 4 Calypsonians and this government is enriching them to the exclusion of all the other Calypsonians who gave us an artistic tradition in this country, so that those Calypsonians who began in the 70s and 80s and 90s, they have now been discarded. And they have now been discarded for revelrous conduct that is doing nothing to help the little children of this country. I said I'm going to say things to you that you've heard before, and you have heard it said before, that you saw a video of our precious little 10-year-old children who were about to graduate from a school, and the behavior was shameful. Where did they get that from? Where did they get that behavior from? And I'm going to tell you again, as I said before, I'm going to say it here to Sion Hill, that when we saw the video of the little children, who were acting in a way that we have not seen our children act, the Prime Minister pretends that she intervenes, and she calls for 5 minutes of prayer. 5 minutes of prayer. And as I said before, I say it here in Sion Hill too, that there was a video of her, I think it was in Bushall, in somebody's backyard, and she says she's praying. Well, let us not judge. But a few hours later, she was up at Ilaro Court doing the same thing that the children were doing. And that is what I mean when I say that a government helps to shape a culture. And this government is shaping a culture of lewdness, of human degradation, vulgarity, yes, Derek, of vulgarity. That is what this government is doing. And this government that ought to be supporting wholesome artistic groups, this government that ought to be helping the churches in this country financially, this government is helping persons, promoters, and criminals financially. And then can we be surprised that our society is losing its way? Can we be surprised that our society is losing its ballast? Can we be surprised that our society is losing its stability? That is why this country is the way it is tonight. And we blame the government for much of what is going on in this country. We must never get used to a violent Barbados. We did not grow up in a violent Barbados. And if it falls to the Democratic Labour Party to ensure that this country is returned to peace, then so be it. It will not be easy. It will not be easy. But we have to try to do it. And so, how are we going to achieve this? We have sent a candidate up here whose message is clear and distinct from that of the other. The other comes, and the other party, they come and they talk about money and power and size and wealth and intimidation and violence, and they can take over this place. And if you cannot be a part of that culture of dominance and power and suppression and oppression, if you cannot be a part of that culture, they say to you, go home. Go home. They're plastering the country red. That's what they say. They're painting the country red. And they've done it quite literally. They've gone into all the parks and painted the benches red. Take them very seriously. Because they seriously mean to destroy this country. And if they must destroy this country for the sake of their dominance, they will do it. And they are doing it. Because this government does not have the moral authority to run a good and stable society. A good and stable society will make this government irrelevant. And this government will remain relevant only when it has an unstable society, only when it has a violent society. And that is why this government will support criminality in this country. This government, under Mia Motley, cannot live peacefully. This government needs to dominate the lives of people. And so, you would figure that they would make laws, as the Constitution says, for the peace, order, and good government of this country. And the Barbados Labour Party has not been making laws for the peace, order, and good government of this country. And I've said it before on Sion Hill, I came here tonight to say it to you, that the government passed a bail act. And when it was supposed to be a bail act that was supposed to stop men from killing and going in prison and coming out and killing again, they did not do it. They did not do it, and you must ask why this government appears to be soft on crime. But I want to tell you something else. We have some people around here who call themselves analysts. They call themselves analysts. I beg your pardon. Every little thing that happens in this Democratic Labour Party, some person may decide he or she wants to be elsewhere. And they have the right and the freedom to do that. And there are such deep fractures within this government that go without commentary from these people who call themselves analysts and scientists. And there's something that happened in Barbados a few weeks ago. I am talking about this government's unwillingness and perhaps this government's inability to join all the members of parliament together on the government side and to pass laws. There is now such a deep fracture in the government, and the analysts are ignoring it as if it does not exist. And I'm going to call the names, and I'm going to explain to you the legal and political and constitutional significance of what Nero said a few days ago. That Nero leaves a court having been acquitted of a rape charge. And he comes onto the court steps and he calls the name of a colleague. And he said he was disappointed that his colleague, not a cricket colleague or a dominoes colleague, a parliamentary colleague. And he calls his name and he says he lied on oath in court. That is what he said. And then he went on to say that he was set up. Sion Hill, do you understand tonight the significance of what Nero said? Do you understand that Nero is pointing to his government? And Nero is saying that a parliamentary colleague lied under oath in court? And do you understand that in Britain or the United States or any other civilized country, even in the Caribbean, in this Caribbean, that minister, that Abrams would have been called in by the Prime Minister and asked to explain himself, because governmental office is based on trust. It is based on trust. And if a parliamentary colleague says that a man has lied on oath, that undermines the trust that the public ought to have in him. But this country has gone along. The Prime Minister hasn't said a word. And the analysts have not said a word. And they expect that this Democratic Labour Party will remain silent on it. And if somebody comes into the DLP and walks out through the door sucking their teeth, that is front page. But Nero did not suck his teeth. Nero came out and said that Abrams is a liar. And he came out and said that Abrams lied under oath. And Abrams is sitting in the cabinet tonight. And tomorrow he will sit in the cabinet. And has his Prime Minister called him in to ask him to give account, not for gossip, but to give account for his behavior in an arm of the state, to give account for what he did in court. And I don't want to go into it in too much detail, but it is a public matter. And it is a public matter about which you ought to know. And I'm saying to you that Nero was charged at the end of 1 year. At the end of 1 year, whether it was, I think it was within the last quarter of the year, either October, November, December. That's when he was charged. And he appeared in court. He appeared in the magistrate's court. Now, as you know, I represented him and I can't disclose professional confidences. But these are matters of public concern and public knowledge. Public concern and public knowledge, and you have a right to know. Because cases, criminal cases, must be conducted in public. Under the Constitution, you cannot do a criminal case in private unless it undermines the dignity of a child, for example. So criminal cases must be done in public. And it is done in public because there's always a greater guarantee that justice will be done when it is done in public. And so what I'm telling you is a matter of public knowledge. And I am reminding you that Roe was charged in the last third of a year. This has nothing to do with any private confidential exchange. This is public knowledge. And I'm reminding you of what the public knows. That Roe was charged, I don't remember the year, 21, 22, I don't remember. But he went to the magistrate's court and made appearances. And after he made 1 or 2 appearances, I think it was 1, maybe 2, Abrams went to the police station and gave a statement against Roe. Y'all didn't know that? You did not know that, Sion Hill? Well, you're hearing tonight. Because in any democracy, there must be this exchange of information, especially when this information is pertinent. Especially when this information is pertinent to people who serve in public office. You must be able to trust your public officials. You must be able to trust people who sit in responsible and high office. And I'm saying to you that Abrams went to a police station and gave a statement after Roe was charged and after Roe appeared in court. You may ask why. But in that statement, he spoke against Roe. And then when the case came to the High Court, he went and gave evidence against Roe based on that statement. And when Roe was acquitted, Roe said that Abrams lied on him. But what I want you to understand is that after the lady had given her statement and the witnesses had given their statements, Abrams went and gave his statement after the case had started. Most unusual. Most unusual. Because most prosecutors will not prosecute until they have all of their evidence together. And when they have collected all of their evidence, they then charge the person. But he was charged. And after he was charged, Abrams went in and gave his statement. This is public knowledge. This is no secret. This is public knowledge. That case was tried in public, and there are aspects of this case on which you, as members of the public, are entitled to comment. And I, like Roe, I have the right to comment. And I am giving you information that you need to know, not because you're being mischievous, but because it pertains to a public official, a man who has been entrusted with public office, a man who has been entrusted with ministerial office, who behaves like this. And the analysts don't say a word. This undermines government. This undermines the proper functioning of government. When a man, a parliamentary colleague, has described another colleague as a liar. And not only has he described him as a liar, he has described him as a liar under oath. He has said to you that he came to court and lied on him. This is a matter of public interest and public concern. And the Prime Minister, has she called him in? Has she called him in to ask him if what Roe is saying is true? Not a word. Not a word. And as I said, and I repeat, if a man walks out of the Democratic Labour Party headquarters and says he's going elsewhere, front page. Front page, and these people are entrusted with the responsibility of running a government. You heard the word I use, entrusted. Can you trust in these circumstances? Must this man not be called to give account for Roe's statement? He must be. And more than that, when I listened to the Caribbean news on the day that Roe was acquitted, not the Barbados news, the Caribbean news, one of the Caribbean entities that carry news across the Caribbean, they say that they reminded us that Roe was removed from the office of Deputy Speaker because this trial was pending. He was fired. He was taken down from that office, pending the outcome of the case. And he stood on the court steps and said, well, as to the office of Deputy Speaker, he will discuss that with the Prime Minister. This country waits to hear what will happen. This country is waiting to hear what will happen. This country is waiting to hear what will happen to Abrams. And this country is waiting to hear what will happen with the office of Deputy Speaker. Because this speaks profoundly as to instability in government. This speaks as to dysfunction in government. This speaks as to a breach of the responsibility that these persons hold to ensure that the public will trust them. How can you trust these people when two parliamentarians sitting within a few feet of each other must now be living as enemies, and they say that this is good and stable government? They say that they don't wash the dirty linen in public. That's what they tell you. And that is why certain people in this country will want to prevent us from discussing this, because they're trying to make you forget it. And public, Sion Hill, I don't want you to forget it. I don't want you to forget that a man who has sat in Parliament has said that he was set up on a rape charge. You know what he is saying? You know what he is saying? He is saying that evidence was fabricated against him. That is what he is saying. And I am not saying who he's saying fabricated it. I am not saying who he said set him up. But I will tell you this. I will tell you this. You heard me say last night that I have stopped going to the lunchroom in Parliament. You heard me say that. And the only time I made an exception is during the estimates when my team was there with me, the opposition office, and our supporters, and I felt safe to go into that lunchroom. And I said it last night, and I mean it. I'm not joking when I say it. I am not visiting a lunchroom and eating with those people. And I said I'm not doing it because I asked the good Lord to give me a few more days around here on this earth. I don't know how many I have. I don't know how many I have. But if people setting up people on rape charges, I'm serious. If people setting up people on rape charges, nobody is setting me up with no plate of rice. Nobody is setting me up with a plate of rice that got anything in it, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything. But the same way Roe has invited Barbadians to distrust certain people, the same way Roe has invited the Barbadian public to find that Abrams lied on him, and the same way Roe has told the public that a charge was fabricated against him, who am I? Why must I not apprehend that I am exposed to danger as well? Roe said he was exposed to danger. And Roe, in the aftermath of his acquittal, exposed that danger, exposed the apprehension he had as to why he was in the court. And those are serious words. Those are dangerous words. He was set up. Well, you can set up a man on a rape charge, or you can set up a man to lose his life. It's as serious as that, Sion Hill. It is as serious as that. Roe is no anonymous man from a gap somewhere in the middle of Barbados. Roe is a parliamentarian. And I want to repeat this. I want this to sink into Barbados. That Roe has said that a colleague lied on him under oath. I've repeated it several times because I want you to understand the significance of it. I want you to understand what Roe's comment has said about government in this country. And I want the media, and I want the commentators in the media to take some time away from the gossip columns. This is no matter of gossip. This is a matter that seriously undermines the legitimacy and the authority of government in this country. This is a matter that exposes the moral authority of this government to govern this country. That if Abrams can continue in office with the accusations made by Roe, something must be wrong. You must be very kind and gentle people. The media must be very indifferent. The media must be sleeping. Thank you, ma'am. The media must have decided to go to sleep while this is happening. While this is happening. And I repeat, not only did he call Abrams' name, but the most dangerous part of that statement, he was set up. He was set up. Sion Hill, tonight, you know what set up means? Set up on a rape charge. Set up to get 10 or 15 years in prison. Set up to lose your freedom. So if a man is going to be set up to lose his freedom, it's not another man being set up to lose his life. No joke. No joke, Sion Hill. And I want to tell you, this is the kind of government you have. This is the kind of government you have. You see, Roe, clearly, I suspect that Roe clearly did not understand the significance of what he was saying. But here was a man rejoicing with an acquittal. Here was a man rejoicing in his newfound freedom. Because there's a sense in which a man is imprisoned when he's charged, even if he's not in prison. The circumstances, psychologically, he's in prison. And here's a man having found new freedom. And he unburdened himself. And he did not do it hypocritically. He spoke his mind. And I'm going to repeat. He called a name and said he lied. And after calling the name, he said, I was set up. Ladies and gentlemen, Sion Hill, St. James North, I repeat, to whom was Roe referring? To whom was Roe referring? Who is it in Barbados? I am not going to isolate it. Who is it in Barbados that is capable of setting up people on criminal charges to lose their freedom? Who is it in Barbados that is setting up people to be put in prison? Who is it that is setting up people to have the stain of a criminal record? You know how serious that is? Set up. And we going along through this campaign as if life is fine and dandy. And when I began this speech, I talked about the gentle hour that we have lost. I talked about the violent Sunday mornings. I talked about a Barbados that does not resemble the Barbados of 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago. That is what I spoke about. And if you are in any doubt, that there are nefarious characters in this country promoting instability within the social and political life of this country, if you are in any doubt, the statement that Roe made must have erased that doubt. I don't think he was mad. I don't think he pleaded insanity before the court. But I want to remind you, and I'm going to say it over and over, who set Roe up. Sion Hill, when you go into the booth next week, ask yourselves that question. Crime is a major problem in this country. Next Wednesday, yes. This week, yes. Yes, of course, I beg your pardon. I was thinking Saturday. When you go into the poll this week on Wednesday, ask yourselves whether there is some nefarious character or some group of nefarious characters who are walking around this country setting up people on rape charges. Ask yourselves. And when people tell you that you are living in dangerous times, that you are living in times in which your freedom is at risk, that you are living in times in which I say tonight that you can lose your life, that you have to be now so careful. So when I tell you that I don't go into certain places on the premises of Parliament, believe me, I know what I have experienced over the last year. I know what I have experienced since February 2024. And I know that I don't regret what I did in February 2024. I do not regret it. And after Roe uttered his statement, I have even less reason to regret it. I repeat, I don't know who is setting me up. But I am asking God for a few more hours, a few more days, a few more months, a few more years. Nobody has a guarantee in longevity. Nobody has that guarantee. But I want a little more time, Lord. I want a little more time. And my associations on those premises of Parliament, my association with those people will be limited. I told you last night, and I tell you again, I have serious apprehensions about my safety around there. And I told you the story of how one came to Oystons reaching out to shake my hand, and I refused it. I am taking them as serious as a heart attack. That is how seriously I'm taking them. And I go back to Roe. After Roe made his statement, must I joke with them? Must I trifle with them? Must I treat them as friends? Because they want to set me up and make the public believe that apart from the parliamentary contests, apart from my opposition to them, that, oh, it is all friendship. And what we do in there is theater. And we just making sport. It is not sport. They are oppressing the people of Barbados. They are seriously oppressing the people of Barbados. And mine is the lone voice in there against the government's habit of oppressing people in Barbados. And I know they don't like it. I know they don't like it. And I know that they don't like my presence in there on that side. And that is why they're so vicious. And as I said last night, and I repeat again tonight, that is why Colin Jordan called me what he called me. And every week that I go in there, the same Wilfred Abrams, one insult after another. I get up to speak, he pongs the desk. You know how childish this man is? I wish the cameras used to focus on all of them, a panoramic view. I wish it did. And then they would expect to come out of there with the public having seen that hostility, that violence, that animosity, that antipathy towards me, and them to come out and shake their hand, them to go to Oystins and shake his hand and say, oh, what happens then? There's nothing. And the public will look on and say, well, all one is friends. And when they're not serious. Well, as opposition leader, I pursue this job seriously. I am taking it very, very seriously. And particularly in relation, I don't mind saying it, in particularly in relation to Wilfred Abrams, I will not be taking any chances with that man. I will not be taking any chances with that man. And I have a few more to name, and I'm going to name them in installments, because your parliament has become a dangerous place. Your parliament has become a dangerous place. And I want to alert young Felicia early o'clock that she must come. That she must come. But I want to alert her early as to where this parliament is and what parliament under these people is all about. They have abused parliament. They have dragged parliament down to the level that has never been seen before. They have done that. So they're a set-up parliament. They're a lying parliament. Whatever they are, if they set up people, if they come down to Trent's and set us up, bring CBC to take pictures of us, shaking hands with them. I'm sorry I wasn't there. Shaking hands with them to convey to the public that this is all a game. This is all a ritual. I say to Sion Hill tonight, the Barbados Labour Party is seriously set against the best interests of the people of this country. And that is why crime will get no better. That is why crime will get no better under this Barbados Labour Party. This Labour Party, this Barbados Labour Party has lost the moral right. It has lost the willingness. It has lost the fortitude that it may well have had to resolve the issue of crime in this country. And that is why your Prime Minister has not made an intelligent statement in relation to crime. And that is why you will hear one-liners about not about hey, and guns don't walk and guns don't talk. And you ask her what that means, and it means nothing. What it means is that this government will not bring solutions to the problem of crime in this country. What it means is that this government is failing and refusing and neglecting to bring serious solution to the problem of crime in this country. And I'm not going to say what I could say. I will ask you the question, why? 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 Why is this government failing, refusing, and neglecting to bring solutions, to bring legislation to Parliament? Why? Why is this government refusing to implement social policy that will seriously confront the issue of crime? Why does this government believe that a football competition, paying the young footballers $75 per match, will solve the problem of crime in this country? Why does the government believe that? And as I said last night, this government is refusing to properly spend the taxpayers' money to promote social programs that are likely to confront the issue of crime. But this government takes up $2 million and gives to a tax consultant. This government takes up $2 million and gives to a government official to sponsor a program for at-risk children, and not one result is achieved. They've taken the peace program to Kirk Humphrey's ministry. Put your bets on it. Put your bets on it. Nothing will result from the nonsense that this government will do. This government is severely fractured. We've lost our trust in this government. This government has lost the right to be called the guardian of our heritage. The Democratic Labour Party must become the guardian, the new guardian. The new guardian. And I say that I'm asking the people in Sion Hill to elect Felicia Dujon to become, in the first instance, a guardian guarding this immoral government. And that will not be the ultimate objective. We want first to be an even stronger opposition. And we don't plan to spend eternity in opposition. Because if and when the people of Sion Hill do what we expect that they would do in the face of this poor government, we expect to be a stronger opposition, and then we further expect to be a stronger government. And that is the objective. That is the objective tonight, Sion Hill. So I want you to embrace this outstanding young lady. I understand that many of you have embraced her. I will say something in closing, and it is this, that I knew Worrell Eastman personally, and I understand that Sion Hill had some affection for him. That's the truth. I understand that Sion Hill had much affection for Worrell Eastman. Where's Worrell Eastman tonight? Where's Worrell Eastman tonight? Worrell Eastman has become a victim of the Barbados Labour Party. The Barbados Labour Party never treated Worrell Eastman with any respect, and I know what I'm talking about. Never treated Worrell Eastman with any respect. And they walk around blaming Worrell for the problems that Worrell may have. But even when Worrell was in better health, they did not treat him with any respect. And they embraced this young man. And I got a call from a resident of this St. James North earlier today. And they're telephoning the people in St. James North and telling them, asking them if they're going to vote for the young man that's coming here. And the person said, no, is he going to be like Hinkson? They called a resident and asked him to vote for the gentleman. I don't call his name. And the man said no, and the man asked them, but is he going to be anything like Hinkson? You know what they say? They say, no, he's going to be nothing like Hinkson. So even they are willing to dismiss Hinkson. After 11, 12 years, they are dismissing Hinkson. And they're asking you to embrace this man who is coming. Where is Hinkson tonight? Begging to be made a diplomat. Walked across this constituency, well, not walked across, walked around it. For 12 years. Did nothing. Did absolutely nothing. Did as little as he was able to do. And he is now begging me immortally to make him an ambassador. 12 years. 12 years of loitering on Parliament with a big fat salary as a minister at some point in time. Did nothing. And he is now begging to be made an ambassador. So that the people of Sion Hill have served as a stepping stone for Hinkson. That is what Sion Hill has done for Hinkson. Hinkson has walked across your back. Hinkson walked into Parliament on your backs. Hinkson has left Parliament. And on your back, he now wants to be catapulted into diplomatic office. And this young man that is coming to replace him is much the same. It is an ego trip. Is Sion Hill a landscape for ego trips? I say no. Reject him. Reject him as much as you must and should have and ought to have rejected Hinkson. But I pause and say, Worrell, wherever you are tonight, I wish you well. And I wish that the Barbados Labour Party had treated you better. But I know Felicia Dujon will treat this constituency well. And Felicia Dujon will treat this constituency a lot better than this Barbados Labour Party treated Worrell Eastman. Worrell Eastman, rest well, my brother. Rest well. Rest well. And I don't want to keep you here for the rest of the night. Please come out on Wednesday. Please come out early. This election is too important an election to miss. This is an election in which you cannot afford not to vote. As Dr. Wickham told you, not to vote is a vote for them. If you have oppressive government, you must vote against them. You cannot stay at home when you have oppressive government, because the Red Army will come out. And the army that is interested in peace and justice and truth and honesty in public life will suffer. Please come out on Wednesday, but please get home safely tonight. God bless you and have a good night.
We voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. An honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. But for a brighter tomorrow, let me make it clear. It is morals over money any day of the year. A competent visionary with mission-driven quality. Forget the old talk around, Dujon bring it through representation. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon.